안녕하세요 from Korea. A very warm welcome to all the presenters, expert panel, online and offline participants. Welcome to the session 5 of Summer 2021 GCCW. My name is Prayag Yadav. I'm a research assistant professor at KAIST Global Commercialization Center. I will be moderating this session. This session has a special focus on ICT convergence technology cooperation between Korea and India. It has two parts. First part, we will have presentation from two pairs of matched firms from Korea and India. After the presentation of the paired firms, we'll have a 10 minutes of discussion for cooperation. We have an expert panel to facilitate the discussion from TKN Advisors. Mr. Takli, the Managing Director, and Senior Manager, Mr. Irshad Ahmad, will help us code the discussion for cooperation. Thank you, Mr. Lee and Mr. Irshad, for sharing your opinion. In the second part, we have presentations from two distinguished speakers from India. KAIST GCC appreciates and heartily welcomes Dr. Rajiv Kumar from Government of India and Mr. Manish Anand from Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. I also request both Dr. Rajiv and Mr. Anand to provide suggestions for collaboration to the paired firms during the discussion. Before we we commence the session, let me quickly remind, please be aware of turn off your audio, all the Zoom participants, and turn on video. Also, the presenters, please be reminded that when you speak, use the audio channel. Otherwise, turn it off. For all the online participants, please use chat features for sending us your questions or comments. Without any further delay, let us begin the session. Let me introduce Dr. Hyundal Park from ARIS. Dr. Park is a seasoned researcher, has a number of patents on his name. He has led several research projects. He is the Chief Technical Officer of ARIS from Korea. Dr. Park, you have 15 minutes. Please.
네, 반갑습니다. 에이리스의 박형달입니다. 이런 좋은 자리에 워크숍에 초대해 주셔서 감사합니다. 오늘 에이리스에서 발표할 내용은 효율적인 인공지능 기술과 엑스레이 스캔을 위해서 보안 업무를 어떻게 할 건가라는 내용으로 주제를 발표를 하겠습니다. 현재 사회적 위협이 되는 위협 반입 물품 그리고 보안 업무에 있어서 인공지능 기술을 효율적으로 활용하기 위해서는 아주 인공지능 기술과 엑스레이 기술에 대해서 접목을 할 필요성은 있습니다. 그래서 다음과 같이 에이리스의 회사 전반적인 소개와 보안 업무에 있어서의 이슈 그리고 위험 물품에 대해서 어떻게 인공지능과 엑스레이를 스캔을 할 것인가, 그리고 에이리스의 기술, 그리고 국제 협력을 어떻게 통해서 대외적인 국회적인 협력을 할 것인가에 대해서 말씀드리겠습니다. 에이리스의 창립 배경입니다. 다음과 같이 국경과 공공시설의 보호를 위해서 엑스레이 판독용 인공지능 기술 개발은 데이터 제작부터 데이터 학습까지 모든 과정을 인공지능 그리고 엑스레이와 접목을 해서 하는 부분인데, 그런 통합 솔루션에 대한 부분을 저희가 창업을 목적으로 진행을 했습니다. 2018년에 에이리스는 창업을 했고요. 2019년에는 2019년과 20년에는 AI 베이스드 엑스레이 스캔 시스템을 구축 사업을 수행을 했습니다. 그리고 한국 아세안 공공행정 혁신 전시회에서 AI 엑스레이에 대한 기술을 출품을 했고요. 현재는 밀수품과 위험물품 적발 기술 R&D, 국가 과제 R&D를 참여를 지속적으로 하고 인공기술과 보안 기술, 하드웨어 기술을 지속적으로 개발하고 사업을 하고 있는 회사입니다. 그래서 당사의 그 부서는 매니지먼트를 포함을 해서 프로젝트 관리 그리고 기술 연구소 개발팀을 포함을 하고 있습니다. 현재 한 20명 정도의 근무를 하고 인공지능 전문 기업으로 부서를 배치를 하고 있습니다. 최근은 아닙니다만은 한 1년, 2년 가까이 됐습니다. 근데 이제 코로나19로 인해서 그 국가 간의 이동 제한 그리고 매년 물동량이 증가를 하는 추세입니다. 특히 특송 화물에서의 증가가 계속 지속적으로 증가하고 있는 과정에서 이러한 과정 중 그 국제 물류 거래가 활발해지면서 총기, 마약 등 일반인 적발 건수가 증가하고 사회적 안전을 위협하고 있습니다. 그런데 현장에서는 보안 업무 현장에서는 정밀 판독이라든지 보안 경력 부족, 정보 단절로 인해서 사회적 안전 관리가 한계에 이르게 되고 이런 부분을 인공지능이 어떻게 효율적으로 관리를 할 수 있을까라는 기술을 아날로그적인 엑스레이 스캔 물론 사람이 인적 오류로 인한 보안 업무 위협이라든지 아니면 그거를 보완하기 위해서 인공지능 기술을 접목하는 기술을 적용하고 있습니다. 그래서 당사는 보시다시피 왼쪽 그림을 보시면은 보안 업무 현장에서는 실제 사람이 교육을 받고 보안 업무에 대해서 판독을 하고 있습니다. 그러나 그 과정 중에서도 마약이라든지 총기류 같은 불법 물품들을 수화물이라든지 아니면 컨테이너에 실어서 들어오는 부분이 있습니다. 이런 부분에 대해서는 사람들이 판독을 하지 못하게 되면 그것을 데이터, 즉 마약이라든지 아니면 총기 부품을 아이템들을 데이터를 구축을 합니다. 구축을 하게 되고 이러한 데이터, 불법 물품 데이터에 대한 데이터셋을 구축하고 이거를 쓸 AI 트레이닝 한 다음에 AI가 판독해서 이런 정보들을 실제 업무 현장에 보안 업무 현장에 전달하는 이런 부분이 전체적인 그 보안 업무의 엑스레이에서 AI 인공지능을 접목한 아이작이라는 저희 당사의 아이템을 하고 기술을 개발을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 효율적인 인공지능에서는 이런 엑스레이 데이터, 영상 데이터로 나오기 때문에 이런 부분을 효율적으로 데이터를 만드는 게 상당히 중요하고요. 보시다시피 왼쪽 그림에는 불법으로 들어오는 담배라든지 아니면 CD 케이스, 신발 이쪽에 마약을 언닉을 하고 오른쪽에 보시면 총기 부품, 뭐 칼 이런 총알 같은 거를 수화물에 언닉을 해서 불법 반입을 하게 됩니다. 이런 부분에서도 이제 실제 저희가 현장에서는 적발은 되지만은 저희가 어떻게 해서 이런 부분을 적발을 할 것인가에 대한 부분을 데이터를 직접 제작을 하기 위해서 이런 물품들을 제작을 하게 되고 다음과 같이 제작된 물품들은 이런 엑스레이, 2D 엑스레이와 3차원 CT 엑스레이를 이용을 해서 엑스레이를 촬영을 하게 되고 이런 데이터를 가지고 데이터베이스 학습 데이터용으로 구축을 하게 됩니다. 이런 데이터는 이제 학습된 데이터는 라벨링이라는 그리고 라벨링을 하게 되고 딥러닝 그러니까 인공지능 딥러닝 기술을 이용해서 오브젝트 디텍션을 통해서 다음과 이런 플로우에 위에 그림을 보시면 플로우에 의해서 오브젝트 디텍션을 통해서 그 불법 물품들을 찾아내는 부분이 되겠습니다. 저희는 그 CNN 알고리즘을 사용을 하고 현재 오브젝트 디텍션 중에 성능을 최고 성능을 보여주고 있는 캐스케이드 마스크 RCNN 모델로 알고리즘을 적용을 하고 개선하고 트라이를 하고 있습니다. 다음 정도 마찬가지로 저희가 알고리즘 AI 엑스레이에 적용한 알고리즘에 대한 부분을 보여주고 있습니다. 또한 이러한 데이터들을 만들 때 불법 물품에 대해서는 수화물이라든지 이런 부분에서는 단일 품목이 들어오지는 않습니다. 가방이라든지 이런 부품들의 혼합물에 대한 부분에 대해서도 데이터를 만들어줘야 되는 부분이 많고요. 이런 부분을 AI 식별 성능을 개선하기 위한 부분에서는 그러니까 단일 품목과 혼재 품목을 접목해서 학습을 시키고 이런 학습된 데이터를 보게 되면은 우측에 보게 되면은 다양한 신발이라든지 그리고 뭐 병류 이런 부분을 검색하고 있는 부분이 되겠습니다. 그래서 이렇게 탄생한 아이작이라는 저희가 명칭을 에이리스에서 아이작이라는 그 프로그램 소프트웨어에 이름을 붙였는데요. 이런 부분에 대해서 오른쪽에 사진을 보시면은 뭐 장난감 총이라든지 아니면 신발 이런 부분에서도 지속적으로 스캐닝을 하게 되고 무엇보다도 중요한 것은 이런 그 데이터들, 칼, 총, 알약, 마약 뭐 이런 부분에 대해서도 데이터를 상당히 확보를 해야 되는 부분이 있습니다. 이런 부분과 알고리즘 개선을 통해서 지속적으로 에이리스는 발전을 시키고 있습니다. 또 하나 한 가지가 더 있습니다. 이 부분은 국가개발 과제로 수행 중인 과제입니다. 여기 보시면 항만에 보시면 컨테이너 검색기라고 있습니다. 컨테이너는 상당히 큰 트럭에 컨테이너 화물으로 들어오고 있는데 거기에도 불법 물품이라든지 그런 부분을 밀반입을 하고 있는 상황에서 저희 국가개발 사업으로 다음과 애트리와 같이 협업하고 있는 부분을 지속적으로 개발하고 있습니다. 그래서 여기서 주요 기술이 어떤 부분이냐면 인공지능에서 AI 데이터를 확보하는 부분이 상당히 중요합니다. 이 부분에서 왼쪽 아래 그림을 보시면은 일반적으로 보안 검색에서는 8비트 영상에 256레벨의 좀 흐릿한 화면으로 사람들이 보안 검색을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 저 데이터를 AI 쪽에 적용을 한다 하더라도 한계가 있습니다. 그래서 오른쪽에 보시면 AD 컨버터에서 나오는 시그널을 받아서 16비트 영상을 보시면 우측 그 사선 스프링 같은 게까지 선명한 화질을 볼 수 있습니다. 이러한 부분을 AI 데이터와 학습을 활용을 하고 또한 그 보안 요원들이 활용하는 데이터로 활용하기 위해서 이런 엑스레이 기기에서 바로 영상을 받고 원본 데이터를 얻어서 영상을 하는 데이터를 활용하는 데이터 확보 기술을 가지고 있고요. 다음으로는 그 AI에서 상당히 그 엑스레이 영상을 얻기 위해서는 상당한 시간이 걸립니다. 그리고 데이터도 많아야 되기 때문에 저희 에이리스는 3차원 CT 영상을 가지고 360도 회전을 하면서 데이터를 확보를 합니다. 그러면 다양한 각도의 엑스레이 영상을 내려서 수십만 장, 수백만 장의 데이터, 다양한 각도의 엑스레이 영상을 확보할 수 있는 기술을 저희가 보유했고 이 데이터를 활용하고 AI에 학습시키는 기술을 보유하고 있습니다. 그리고 또한 그 AI 인공지능 학습을 시키기 위해서는 라벨링을 하기 위한 어노테이터 시스템과 정제하는 기술을 프로그래밍 솔루션을 가지고 있고요. 여기서 또한 학습된 데이터를 학습을 시키고 이걸 검증을 하고 그리고 프레딕 예측까지 하는 통합 AIDM 솔루션을 개발 완료 계속 지속적으로 업그레이드를 하고 있는 과정입니다. 이 부분은 저희가 국제 협력을 통해서 지금까지는 영상 데이터 확보라든지 이런 부분이라고 하면 저희는 좀 전에 말씀드렸듯이 데이터도 원본 데이터와 고레졸루션의 데이터를 확보를 하지만 보시면 우측 상단에 보시면 왼쪽은 엑스레이의 특성상 밀리미터의 스팟 사이즈를 가지게 되면 왼쪽 그림 보시듯이 숫자가 잘 흐릿하게 잘 안 보입니다. 근데 엑스레이 소스에서 마이크로 스팟의 엑스레이 소스를 사용한다면 숫자라든지 선명도가 상당히 올라갑니다. 이런 부분의 소스 기술을 이용해서 울트라 레졸루션 AI 스캐너 모델을 국제 협력을 통해서 개발을 할 계획에 있습니다. 그다음에 당사 에이리스는 데이터 딥러닝 그리고 AI 솔루션 그리고 데이터셋 구축을 하고 좀 전에 말한 하드웨어 마이크로 스팟의 엑스레이 특성과 디텍터를 적용한 고레졸루션의 엑스레이 스캐너를 개발하면서 카이스터 GCC와 그리고 인도의 디멘션리스사와 국제 협력을 통해서 글로벌 마켓으로 나갈 계획에 있습니다. 이렇게 AI 기술이 접목된 기술들은 엑스레이 영상 베이스된 영상을 활용해서 학습을 시키고 보안 업무에 하기 때문에 왼쪽 상단에 작은 엑스레이 검색기라든지 엑스레이 CT 수화물 검색기 보안 업무에 AI 기술을 접목을 하고 컨테이너 검색기에 AI 기술 그리고 비파괴 엑스레이를 이용한 비파괴 검사 그리고 메디칼 쪽의 엑스레이 영상에 대해서도 기술적으로 그리고 나갈 수 있는 분야가 있겠습니다. 또한 에이리스는 엑스레이 기기 개발과 영상 데이터, 알고리즘 구축을 지속적으로 개발할 것이며 해외 파트너십, 즉 인도사와 현지 기업과 콜라보레이션을 하면서 국제 시장에 진출하고 이런 기술을 이용해서 사업화를 지속적으로 하려고 하고 있습니다. 또한 세계적으로 유명한 국제 보안 전시회라든지 이런 부분에서 기술 개발을 통해서 만들어진 제품을 사업화를 통해서 국제 전시회에 나가고 특히 개발도상국의 ICT 분야를 대상으로는 공적 원조 사업을 저희 내부적으로는 발굴을 하고 있습니다. 이런 부분은 저희 국제 협력을 통해서 개발된 엑스레이 기술을 적용해서 진출을 할 계획에 있습니다. 저희 파트너와 협력사가 되고요. 경청해 주셔서 감사합니다. 네.
Thank you very much, Dr. Park. Our next presentation is from India, Dimensionless Technologies. I request Mr. Himanshu Arora to prepare yourself for presentation. Mr. Arora is an experienced software professional in AI and deep learning fields. He has executed several AI-enabled business projects. He will present on revolutionizing inspection tasks with AI and X-ray. Mr. Arora, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, Dr. Prayag.
Thank you. Please go ahead. You have 15 minutes.
Yeah, just a quick check. I believe I'm audible and you can see my screen as well.
Yes, it's clear, yes. Now you can go
Okay.
ahead, and you have 15 minutes, Mr. Arora. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So good morning, everyone. Myself, Himanshu Arora. I am the co-founder and CEO of Dimensionless Technologies. We are primarily an AI company which was founded by IIT Bombay and IIT Delhi alumnus in 2018. And our focus area is building AI products in the field of computer vision. And we have developed two state-of-the-art products called baggage AI and counterfeit AI for auto detection of threats and counterfeit objects in real time using X-ray machines along with an AI. So we are based out of Mumbai in India, and our vision is to be a market leader in the field of AI technologies for creating a positive impact in the world. So we have patents for both this technology for baggage AI as well as counterfeit AI. So I am primarily an AI professional. I've worked in this field for more than 13 years now. And my majority of the experience has been in the manufacturing and pharma industries, implementing various AI projects in these industries. So our focus area for this talk is primarily that there are various applications of X-rays that which goes unnoticed, and X-rays as such can be used in much more places as they are currently used for. So all of you might have seen X-rays at the airports or schools and railway stations and malls, right? But if you talk about the last 50 years, not much has changed in these technologies. So what we believe is like that X-ray plus AI is a very strong combination. So if you talk about the current approach of X-ray scanning, what happens is like you go through an airport or a metro, you put up your baggage on the X-ray scanner, you scan it, and there is a human screener who keeps on looking at these images, right? So of course it has a high operational cost because you have to hire so many experienced screeners to do the task. Then there are always new threats introduced, so which makes it very difficult to upgrade the screeners or train the screeners, and this leads to a very low throughput, means the number of bags that you can scan per hour. And because of that, the implementation of X-ray scanning has been pretty much limited only to high security areas. Okay. But what we believe is that if we add on AI on top of X-ray imaging, it creates infinite possibilities. So if I talk about X-rays, so there are millions of security checkpoints that you can work upon. So of course there are more than 5 billion plus passengers bags being scanned at airports where you can use X-ray plus AI. Then in all the metro trains across the globe, especially in India, you will find all the metro stations has multiple X-ray machines for scanning the passenger baggages. Not only this, if you talk about the prisons, the courts, the government buildings, they do also have these X-ray scanners, right? Other than this, if you talk about stadiums or schools, where you have to enter a huge population in a very short period of time, right? There also X-ray scanning plays a major role. Plus, if you talk about the logistics companies like FedEx or DHL and other companies who are handling billions of packages every year, and they have to follow this regulation of scanning these packages. Right? So, just because of this manual intervention, it becomes impossible to scale it to each and every product that you're passing. So, what we truly believe is that if we add the AI element on top of package scanning, it adds a lot of values. And that's how this baggage AI was born in the year 2018. So what we do is like as so we provide a plug and play kind of system which adds on to any existing X-ray machine. It can be any manufacturer. It can be a single view. It can be dual view machine. So we provide a hardware which simply integrates with the X-ray machine, and then we provide a screen where you have such kind of images which detects most of the threat items. So right now we have made it readily available for firearms, scissors, knife, grenades, power banks, batteries, etc. And we allow user to change the sensitivity levels on the basis of the threat priority, customize which threat items they want to detect, which they don't want to detect. We provide them an interactive UI, and it's a plug and play through the VG and HDMI ports of an X-ray machine. So currently we have deployed it at one of the metro stations in Delhi called Barakama Metro Station. We also piloted it at Pune Airport as well as Delhi Airport. Plus, soon we'll be putting it up at one of the stations at Mumbai Metro also. But X-rays are just not limited to baggage scanning. So while talking to various of our customers, we also identified one of a very important use case where X-rays can also add a lot of value. So especially if I talk about the developing countries like India, then African countries and South American countries, counterfeiting is a very big problem, especially because of the rise of e-commerce channels. So more than $170 billion of counterfeiting electronic goods are sold across the globe, which are primarily mobile phones, laptops, and tablets. And if you talk about the various scenarios that what kind of problems you find, it's like this. So in case one, the phone is totally replaced by maybe a soap bar or something totally different, but equivalent in weight. In the second scenario, you see that the outside body are made exactly similar to the phone, but the inside circuitry and other things are totally different. Right? So this problem can be in both the return leg or the forward leg of the e-commerce supply chain. So when I say return leg means when a customer returns a product back to the e-commerce companies. And a forward leg is when a package is shipped from the e-commerce companies to the customer. So during both the journey, there can be issues of counterfeiting, especially in the high value items like laptops, phones, and tablets. So what these e-commerce companies have already did was they bought these X-ray machines. So they have a machines to scan those phones. But just by scanning those phones, you cannot, actually check the sanctity of the product. Of course, you can solve for the scenario one. If there's a soap or something, you can identify that. But suppose if I replace a high value iPhone with some cheap phone, right, which might look similar to each other. So what we have done is that we added AI on top of this. So now what happens is like if you scan a bag, a parcel like this, and we read from the customer's database, we read what the package should contain. And then we can check it whether it's an iPhone 11 or iPhone 12 or maybe a Redmi 9A or a Redmi 9 Prime. So we can check the sanctity of the product up to the model level using AI plus X-ray scanning. And we are working with major Indian e-commerce players for deploying this. And we have already deployed it at around 5 warehouses in India. So our focus is primarily for high value electronic items only because that can be done with the combination of X-rays and AI. Going forward, we also believe that X-rays can also be used for what we call as fruit AI, that is, and identifying the internal quality defects in fruits. There has been certain studies, for using X-rays for identification of defects, but as such, there is no ready-made product available in the market for doing so. And if you see this, so basically, India is the largest, producer of mangoes in the world, but we are not the major exporter of the mangoes. The reason being there are certain kind of defects which makes it impossible for them to export. So what we truly believe that if we add X-ray on plus AI on top of it, we can actually scan these food items using soft X-rays, which are of course not harmful to health, and then we can in real time we can identify any sort of defects and filter those products. So we are also in collaboration with Iris, which is which we talked earlier. So along with them, along with the Korean partner, we are developing a high resolution X-ray scanner, which will even help us identify such kind of defects, which might not be possible using the current X-ray machines that we see on the airports or metros. So our focus is totally been on X-ray imaging and along with AI, because we believe that X-rays are totally underrated, and using AI we can make this process very, very efficient and fast, and of course scalable. So if I talk about the commercialization of these technologies, so of course, there's lot of lack of awareness in these fields. So if I talk about to a metro or an airport and talk about improving the X-ray scanning, so their focus is either is in single direction, that we will upgrade the screeners or train the screeners, but they are yet not ready to accept AI as a technology which can totally disrupt this field. So that's why our value chain start from generating awareness about this product. So we are generating this awareness by doing various pilots with public and private players. So as we are doing with Delhi Metro, Mumbai Metro, and various airports also, just to gain the initial interest and understanding of how AI can transform this processes. Okay. So these are our target segments: airports, metros, prisons, logistics companies, stadiums, all the 3PL, third-party logistic companies, and e-commerce logistics players. So this is how we start. We start with generating awareness by doing free pilots or paid pilots, and then once they understand, they have tried and tested it, then we kind of go towards the commercialization model. So we work on various kind of business models. It can be the licensing model, or
Mr.
it can
Arora,
be
you have 2 minutes more.
sure, or it can be no licensing the technology, or like a service model where we develop for one particular customer, and other things also. So our initial focus is on logistics companies as well as private airports and metros, because there we believe we can gain the initial traction and to launch this product. The USP of our product is that we have been trained on more than 1 million images that we have generated over the period of 2 years. Plus, we also procure a lot of data from our partners across the globe. Yeah, we are also the winner of Airport Authority of India Startup Initiative called Innovate for Airports, under which we also piloted at Pune Airport in the month of January 2020. We have been also covered in media most of all the, and again, Times of India, Electronics for You, for our product Baggage AI. Yeah. So that's all from my side. Thank you so much. Thanks for attending this presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arora. Now we are opening for discussion session. May I request Dr. Park to be part of the discussion? Yes, indeed, the technology which have been presented is going to revolutionize the inspection task. As Mr. Arora pointed out, several potential areas for the scanner, AI-based scanner, from airports to metros, government facilities to logistic companies, specific events to stadiums. I think it has a huge scope. So may I request Mr. Lee and Mr. Irshad from TKN Advisors to suggest some of the important aspects that Aries and Dimensionless should concentrate on while developing mutual cooperation and commercialization. Mr. Lee and Mr. Irshad.
This is Irshad. Firstly, I'd like to thank both the companies for their amazing presentations. As Dr. Prayag mentioned, these are really great products. I mean, it could revolutionize the industries that it has been working with. Just a quick introduction about us over here. TKN is primarily a cross-border investment advisory firm that acts as a corridor for capital, technology, and people between Korea and India. We have been working with KAIST GCC in identifying technology commercialization opportunities between India and Korea, and the two companies that you see presenting this section were identified by us too. So I think the way we can start this is Since there has not been much talks about how these two companies could collaborate, are collaborating with each other, maybe we can ask Mr. Arora to throw some light on the recent collaboration that you've been working on, especially the India-Korea government collaboration, which you've applied for. So we'd like to know, what is it that you are hoping to get a competitive advantage, especially like working with the other partner? Mr. Arora?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the question, Ishad. So basically, Ishad, it's like this. So currently, the X-ray machines that are available in the market, they provide a certain level of resolution, right? So our collaboration with Iris is primarily to develop next generation of high resolution scanners. So if you see my presentation about the Fruit AI, so if you have to do this type of scanning, it won't be possible from currently available commercial scanners. So as I told you, so we will be developing a high resolution scanner. So the Iris will be focusing upon the hardware development part of it, and we'll be focusing on the software and the AI development part of it. I hope I answer your question.
Could I also ask Mr. Park to answer the same question? What is the advantage that you are looking to gain partnering with Dimensionless?
저희 같은 경우에는 그 에이리스에서는 저 하드웨어 죄송합니다. 에이리스 같은 경우에는 저희가 그 엑스레이 기술, 하드웨어 기술 설계 및 그런 부분에서도 이제 컨테이너라든지 수화물 검색기, 엑스레이 고해상도에 대한 기술을 보유하고 있기 때문에 하드웨어 기술, 스캔 기술을 저희가 기술을 개발을 하고, 인도 디멘션리스 쪽에서는 저희 소프트웨어 그리고 데이터, 좀 전에 발표해 주신 그런 가짜라든지 아니면 그 식품, 이쪽은 저희가 데이터 확보라든지 이런 부분에서는 노하우가 기술에 대한 부분은 서로 협력을 해서 고해상도 플러스 그 데이터 AI까지 접목한 기술을 서로 협력해서 AI가 탑재된 베이스된 스캐너를 개발하려고 협력하려고 하고 있습니다.
Yes, yeah, do you have anything, Mr. Irshad?
Yeah, please continue. Yeah.
Okay. May I request Dr. Rajiv, if you could provide some comments or suggestions for their cooperation?
Thank you, Priyag. Actually, I kept that kind of information for after my presentation. So once maybe I will present my slides, and then if I answer, that would be the better.
Okay, okay. I'll come back to you later then.
But many things I am going to cover under that presentation also.
Okay, great.
And certainly I will answer the presenter's question also once I present.
Surely.
On that point, Dr. Prayag, since I haven't shared my input on this,
That's
if
right,
I may
yeah.
do it right now?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So what I'd just like to highlight over here is India has evolved as a destination for business. I mean, it is not just a market that can be targeted, or it's not just a cost arbitrage that could work for bigger technology companies. It has evolved to become something more than that. It can be an R&D hub, a hub for global innovation. And I think that's how companies should look at India, which is exactly why this partnership is also happening, right? It's not just a market anymore. It could be your global R&D and your global sales team that could be present out of India, especially because India is a very price-sensitive market. So that's my point of view.
Okay, thank you. May I quickly take any suggestions if you have, Mr. Anand?
Yeah, I have just one suggestion. I think it was already well covered by the other. Like in terms of food, I have lived in Korea for 7 years. I know the quality of fruits and everything is very different from the India. The shape and the inside taste are all those things. and they focus too much on food quality. So this product from Dimensionless can be very useful in Korea if they're able to get some Korean data and able to train those algorithms, or especially fruits related to the Korean market. So that could be a very good product for the Korean market.
Yes, that's good. Thank you. That's very important suggestions for Aries. Thank you, both the presenters. Thank you very much. So now let's move into the second pair of presentation. Let me invite the next pair of matched firms. The first one is coming from Molpax Bio from Korea. Ms. Jisun Min will present on new opportunities for digital transformation of pathology. Ms. Jisun Moon has a well-diversified experience from several industries. For a leader, she is the team leader of Molpax Bio. Ms. Min, please come over, and you have 15 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ji-sun Min, and I'll be presenting on behalf of our company, Molpax Bio. Today, I'll be talking about new opportunities for the digital transformation of pathology using synthetic data and genomic analysis. Is it this? Oh, okay, sorry. Today I'll begin by talking about a brief background of digital histopathology and introduce our technology and business plan, and finally give you an update on the current status of the AI digital pathology in South Korea. So when a patient comes in with symptoms, we undergo diagnostic exams like X-rays and CTs. And depending on the region of cancer, the patient either undergoes either a simple tissue biopsy or a surgical resection of the cancer region. And with this tissue sample, we create histology slides that we look under the microscope and analyze and dye with immunofluorescent biomarkers for further genomic analysis. With this information, we can determine the stage of cancer and also the treatment approach. However, currently there are many limitations to conventional histopathology. There is the problem of consistency of microscopic findings, which is low due to the fact that it's done by the human eye. And even with recent digital pathology solutions, there's a loss of a lot of information, such as spatial genetic data, and we plan to resolve this by using cell-level genomic analysis to extract for information. There's also a lack of pathology specialists, which makes it difficult to procure ground truth information of histology slides. And we plan to solve this problem by using GAN to make synthetic data. Thus, in our solution, we'll be using pathology data, genetic data, and synthetic data in combination with each other. We have currently secured some clinical data through our partnership with Chungnam National University, and we are in cooperation with Professor Jin-man Kim's team at the Department of Pathology, who will be providing us with pathology slides of existing cancer patients. And we will be using that, Molpax Bio will be using that to analyze and build a digital pathology solution. So with these whole slide images that we will gain from Chungnam National University, we created synthetic data and synthetic images of specific regions of cancer cells. We found that even in the small changes in the boundary of region of interest, change the accuracy of the prediction model. Thus, we will use spatial genomic analysis parallel to H&E staining to fine-tune and find the best region of interest for more accurate prediction results. We will also use this to create a quantitative measuring system that will allow us to provide a drug response prediction service for use in clinical trials. We are using CNN models to develop our technology and are developing a user-friendly visualization software. So our first business plan, we are in the process of collaborating with a company to build a compact portable pathology slide scanner in which we will be providing the AI pathology software. We are also collaborating with KAIST to do animal testing to develop a drug response prediction model and quantitative scoring system. We will be using a monkey model with frontotemporal dementia and treating it with antisense oligonucleotide, ASO, a drug, and we'll be using its brain tissue and to make histology slides that we can analyze using pathology algorithms and genomic analysis. Our goal is to develop a drug response prediction model and quantitative scoring system. This year, the Korean Ministry of Health and Welfare started Big Picture, which is a joint project with numerous European companies. We are a part of this project, and we're part of a particular project under the name of Development of AI-based Digital Pathology Solution for Cancer. This project has a budget of 43 billion won, and it goes on for the duration of 5 years. Currently, the Korean digital histopathology market has 4.3 million patients and uses 201 billion won for diagnostic tests per year. This number has only been increasing. Currently, in Korea, there are 58 AI software products that have been approved by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Among them, 2 products use pathology images, and however, all of them only use needle biopsies rather than surgically resected tissues. So we have many talented individuals on our team. Our CEO is Gilly Yoon, who has joined us today. And I'm part of the biomedical team, and there are 4 additional members in our AI engineering team. Our company's office is in a city called Daejeon, which is a 1-hour train ride away from the capital of Korea, which is Seoul. And I left us our contact info just in case you have any questions or you want to contact us. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Min. Our next presentation is from, again, from India. Mr. Dinesh Koka, the co-founder and CEO of Onward Assist, will present AI medical imaging collaboration. Mr. Koka, are you there? Can I see your face?
Yeah, I'm right here. I hope you're able to see me.
Just a second. I cannot see. Have you turned on your video?
I have. I just have.
Just wait for a second for technical. Yes, now
Sure.
I got you. Yeah, thank you. Mr. Dinesh Koka is the co-founder and CEO of Onward Assist. He is a seasoned healthcare entrepreneur. He has more than 20 years of experience in leading healthcare technology sector. Mr. Dinesh. Mr. Dinesh, you can begin your presentation, and you have 15 minutes.
Sure. Are you able to see my screen here?
Yes, now I can. Yes, go ahead, please.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity, and hello, everyone. Thank you for the introduction as well, Professor Prayag. I'm from Onward Assist. We primarily focused in the areas of cancer diagnostics and prognostics. As the previous presenter also spoke about in terms of the importance of looking at huge amounts of data and then being able to come up with accurate prognostic information about a patient. Right? The reason around that is just to add some more is more than half of the cancer patients receive treatments which don't work for them, and this is a problem. Is not unique to a certain country, right? This is a problem that is across the world. And that is the reason, that's what inspired us to build Onward Assist, because there are not enough clinicians with the right expertise to look at patient data and interpret one. And even if there are, the number of amount of data that someone has to look at in terms of the patient data and the varieties of data that someone has to look at to interpret and come to a accurate treatment decision, right? So that's the complexity. So that obviously leads to suboptimal treatment outcomes overall in cancer. And that's why that inspired us to build the analytics platform. We primarily, so Onward Assist is primarily providing a healthcare analytics platform, the underlying technology being machine learning and computer vision. We use that to build automated diagnostic tools as well as treatment decision support tools, which primarily are built to help a clinician, be it a pathologist, a radiologist, or an oncologist. These are different modalities which are involved in terms of the information. At the same time, while we our core capability is around AI, is around analytics, but we also realized unless we build the underlying technologies, underlying workflow software, which helps a clinician interpret data and also be able to adopt AI tools easily, adoption of technology tools is always going to be low. And that is the reason we also built a full stack solution, right? Be it pathology or radiology. What I mean by full stack is the primary focus for us is building the AI tools, but we also build the second layer, which is primarily the workflow software, right? And that's how the combined solution for pathology is a pathology AI platform, which provides assistance tools which can be used by cancer pathologists in reporting of different cancer pathologies through a user-friendly reporting platform, which combines the advanced tools for different specific biomarkers. So that's primarily the full stack, the reporting workflow software plus the AI tools. Our primary focus areas are breast cancer and prostate. 4 of these AI tools are undergoing clinical trials in India with one of the largest cancer networks in India. And we have built this primarily through partnerships with leading cancer institutes in India, in the US, as well as in the NHS, UK. Right? Just to give further details around the workflow platform, which is called PathFlow DX. The PathFlow DX software platform primarily helps a lab or a hospital to transition to digital pathology. If you take the trend, at least in pathology, more and more hospitals or labs are adopting digital pathology. They have always adopted digital pathology for academic storage and archival of slide images or biobanks, virtual biobanks. But now more and more of these labs are adopting digital pathology also for their normal reporting process because of advantages of efficiency, being able to collaborate with a tumor board, and being able to cut the turnaround time in terms of the reporting process. And also because you adopting digital pathology and digital pathology software also helps them adopt pathology AI tools, which is primarily reporting assistant tools or analytical tools, right? And this is primarily our target customers here are diagnostic lab networks because they are using scanners. Our software interacts with the scanner and manages the entire workflow because we integrate the entire workflow, not just scanning, but even prior to that, there is a grossing step. So there is grossing of the slide, then the scanning, and following that, the reporting process, as well as the AI integration. And since we are pitching this as a global product, we've ensured that it follows certain standards, both of interoperability. So we follow FHIR-based messaging in terms of interaction with other systems, be it a laboratory information system or a EMR, which may already be in the hospital, but also in terms of security standards. And the software is also CE certified. So that was on pathology. In radiology as well, our approach was to build a full stack model. So the workflow platform also includes a teleradiology platform, which primarily similarly enables centralizing DICOM data from all the radiology modalities, and then being able to put it on a DICOM server and making it available to a radiologist wherever they may be. The radiologist need not be inside the diagnostic network or inside the hospital. They could be available anywhere, making it easy for a radiologist to be viewing the radiology study from wherever they are. So primarily compliant to the DICOM standard, at the same time incorporating benefits of adopting a digital workflow, right? So now coming to our core work, which is building the image analysis and the AI tools. So like I initially mentioned, our core work in AI is primarily on 3 verticals: pathology, which is primarily where you have your tissue slides being prepared and your pathologist reporting it through a microscope. Instead, can we help them report it faster and with higher accuracy? Then is radiology. And the last is tumor board AI. Tumor board AI was primarily built to assist tumor boards. Tumor board is a collection of doctors of different specialties, but they look at different types of data. So in tumor board, we built tools which can look at different pathology reports, radiology, genomics, but be able to process that and then predict either a patient's response to a line of treatment, or what is their immediate parameters going to be. What an oncologist is looking for are parameters like DFS or RFS, which is disease-free survival and recurrence-free survival. So this also we have built it in collaborations with cancer institutes. On pathology, like I earlier mentioned, our core capabilities around our diagnostics, which is primarily looking at a primary biopsy and then predicting, around confirming whether it is cancer or not, but also all prognostication tools, right, which involves around grading or subtyping, predicting what kind of a cancer it is it aggressive or not. And in addition, now we are working with leading cancer institutes in the US, including the Yale School of Medicine, where we are building AI-based surrogate markers, looking at the same primary biopsy, but extracting advanced information which may not be available today. And that information is extracted by the AI, which looks at the primary biopsy slide image and then provides information around cellularity and cell information, cell characterization, which may be useful for the treating oncologist, especially around immunotherapy. Right? These are just a few examples of what the pathology AI does. I would have loved to, given time, I would have loved to show a detailed demo of the tool as well. We've built it both on bright field as well as immunofluorescence. What you're seeing here is a IF fluoro image where this is very much a part of the diagnostic process in terms of looking at certain types of panels and certain types of cells. Right. Like I said, so we've built 4 of these tools which are undergoing clinical trials. We have a few, we have another 3 more pipeline. This is just another example. One is of HER2 and the other is a Ki67, which are important immunohistochemistry stains for breast cancer. In addition, our research also involves, researching how to make it easy for a pathologist to adopt the AI that we build. So one is the pathology AI model, but we also are always looking for making it easy for someone to adopt what we build. So what you're seeing in the slide is a pathologist continuing to report on a microscope, but in case of a doubt, they have a companion monitor which shows exactly what the pathologist is seeing on my binocular, but click a button and see a analysis helping me report. Because this is primarily from pathologist feedback, because all the reporting guidelines and all the training is typically given based on microscopic reporting. So what we have done while we have AI tools running on whole slide images, we also train our AI on images being captured through a microscope and fitted with a high resolution camera, which we provide. So the hardware solution is something that we provide to the pathologist, and they are able to use AI analysis even without adopting a whole slide scanner, which may be not easily adoptable across the entire network. Right. So these are this is just some information about the people that we work with as well as customers. The workflow software is something that we've already commercialized in India, and we are piloting it in the US as well. The AI tools, we develop it out of 8 clinical collaborations across India and the US. We're also talking to enterprises like G Healthcare and a couple of more in the healthcare field, where they are looking at taking our application and setting it up, on their cloud infrastructure or on their individual devices if they are interested in pathology, and taking it to their customers, right? In terms of the business model, the market that we see, this is a $12 billion global market, and our target customers are diagnostic networks, cancer institutes, hub and spoke reporting services, as well as pharma, right? Pharma and drug research are also interested, because we do a couple of research projects with them using computational pathology and computational tools to look at existing data, both in preclinical, which is animal models, as well as in late stage, human trials, stage 3 trials, where they are looking at efficacy of a drug on the humans as well. And the way we are deploying this is in the form of a SaaS model or a subscription-based charges. These are just a few examples of some of the publications and papers that we have published globally over the last couple of years. And then we have, courtesy of having worked in this area for a few years, we have developed unique techniques in the imaging space as well. And we've been grateful enough to get some recognitions, both in India as well as across the globe, including Japan and UK over the last few years. We started this company about 3.5 years back. Just to give a brief, introduction, I have worked in the healthcare space for about 19 years with G Healthcare and then with startups. I've done product management and sales and team management. Vikas, my co-founder and partner, he's the CTO. He has a PhD from University of California, San Diego, and he's worked in that space for 15 years now and has, 14 patents in his name. He has worked in companies like NVIDIA, Qualcomm, and then Roche, and we have been building this over the last 5 years. Dr. Kinney is our Chief Medical Officer, brings close to 30 years of experience in the field of pathology and operations, right? And we also have a board of advisors who primarily advise us on the AI that we built, and also advise us on how to make it easy for a clinician to adopt what we build, right? So the advisors are across surgical oncology, pathology, as well as business building. Thank you for the opportunity. I hope that was useful. We'll be happy to take any questions or clarifications.
Yes, thank you, Dinesh. Thank you very much.
Sure.
And now, for the discussion session, may I invite the CEO of Molpax Bio, Mr. Yoon Gil Chung. And yes, so before on this discussion session, let me start with Mr. Anand. If you could suggest some cooperation or collaboration suggestions, tips for Molpax Bio and Onward Assist.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav.
Yes,
I think all these kind of projects need to be based on collaboration, because you need a lot of data, and data from the different sectors, different hospitals, and different kind of assets. So I think it will be a good that both these companies can collaborate with each other, especially in terms of data, because both have a different set of access to different set of data, right? As Mr. Dinesh said, he had a different set of data access to, and Ms. Min also mentioned that she has access to Chennai National University data. So I think it will be a good that they can collaborate and train their algorithm in a much better way. That's all from me.
Yes. Right. Thank you. And let me quickly take some suggestions from Mr. Irshad Ahmed from TKN Advisor.
Maybe I can step in this time. Hi, this
Oh
is
yes,
Tak from,
you are
yeah,
there.
hi.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mr. Lee.
Yeah, right.
Right.
Yeah, one of the comments I wanted to give to the audience for this session was this sector, healthcare industry in general, or biotech industry in a smaller sense, is one of between two countries, given that In Korea, there's something called special IPO route for tech startups or tech companies, and so even though companies are not necessarily profitable, if you have if you can show your deep technology expertise, governments allow you to go IPO without you being necessarily profitable at the moment. And today, there has been 120 companies who took that route and went on a successful IPO route, and more than 70% of them are biotech companies. That just simply shows how much of expectations and enthusiasm are there from investor community for this sector in Korea. And on the other hand, in India, as long as I know, the finance minister earlier last year announced that they are considering allowing for a direct listing in the overseas market in the countries in 7 countries, including Korea. So I believe this sector needs particular attention from ecosystem stakeholders, given that I can see clear synergies between Korean companies and Indian companies in the sector working with each other. So yeah, that's coming from
Yes, indeed,
my
indeed.
side.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed, it's a very happening sector. And before I introduce, I request Mr. Dinesh and Mr. Yoon from Molpax Bio, if you have any questions about the presentation about the market or technology for each other, then maybe you may ask each other and have a clarification. Mr. Yoon, if you have any questions about Onward Assist?
Yeah, this is Gile. First, it looks like your company have done much more than our company. This pathologist imaging diagnostics is a kind of challenging sector. And one of the issues is the FDA approval. That means how we actually use in hospital, in clinical use. So please briefly introduce the situation in India, the FDA approval, how actually the authorization, think about this product, AI-based product, utilizing in real clinical diagnosis test. For example, in Korea, we don't have the FDA approved product yet. The pathologist test product. Maybe because we don't have any standard. So that means the companies, we don't have any good product yet. And the hospital, they never tested yet. And FDA authorization, the party, they don't have the information from companies and hospitals. So that means with 3 parties, we are going together eventually to compromise, and we need to work together. This is the current situation. So please let me share your Indian situation.
Yeah, Mr. Dinesh, did you, I think you got his request?
I got the question.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I did. Please. So thanks, Mr. Yoon, for the question. So, one, I can say the situation is similar in a certain sense to what you mentioned in Korea, in terms of, clearly defined regulatory framework. But we do have, from a framework, organizational framework, there is the CDSCO, which also comes under the device approval. And about 6 months back, they have come out with recommendations around, a fairly wide definitions and inclusive of software as medical device. Since you mentioned FDA, right? FDA came out with a definition about, again, 6 months back around SAMD, software as medical device. The definition that came out from the Indian FDA or the CDSCO also was very similar to that, but they have given it as a discussion note, right? So, it's not yet notified or it's not yet become a rule, right? Mandatory. In the absence of that, what we do is how are we approaching? We are primarily approaching it, just like a diagnostic device, right? I know we are just a software, as just a AI tool. It's a software which looks at an image and gives it prediction. But we have the way we have approached, right? The way our QMS or our process is set up. We have basically approached it as a diagnostic device. And now when I said we are undergoing clinical trials, we've been in trials for the last 6 months. We expect it to complete before the end of this year. And we run it with one of the largest cancer hospitals who are known for running research and clinical research. And we run it, we've gone through the entire process. From our side, we are trying to ensure what would be the process expected if you're getting a diagnostic device approved. So be it the IEC, the ethics approval, right? Be it getting the study registered with the central body in India. So we have followed all of that steps. And in terms of our SOP, right? The study plan or protocol, when you go for a protocol, we have ensured, all of the steps that are in the study protocol are as per an actual requirement for a diagnostic device, right? So what we are basically preparing for, as and when the rule becomes a rule, we will be ready for it. And also, we also took some guidelines from what is the FDA recommendation, right? So FDA is also not completely clear if you take IVD area. So they are also in the process of defining it better. So we've taken some guidelines as well, so that whatever trials we do will also be useful for a pre-submission discussion at the FDA. FDA process, again, while we haven't started, but it started with a pre-submission discussion. So the way we are doing the study, we want to make sure it is admissible there as well. That's the way we are approaching it. I hope that helps you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do you have any questions to Molpex Bio or about situation in Korea?
Sure.
Or even
so one of the things that I think your team member mentioned was around the collaboration with a scanner device. So actually, one of the points that we had earlier shared on the areas of collaboration is one. Obviously, we've built pathology AI tools in specific areas. That would definitely be an area that we would be interested in discussing with you if that's of value to you. Second, since you mentioned the hardware, is that an area that we would definitely be interested, in understanding the sophistication of that hardware, and if that is something that you would be open to collaboration on. So these two areas, pathology AI tools that we have developed, hardware that you are building, your platform on, if these two could be, points of area of discussion.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Sure.
So, yes, let's move to our next part.
Thank you.
Thank you, all the presenters from 4 different companies, 2 from Korea and 2 from India. Please continue joining the Zoom session. We are heading to the second part. We are going to have presentations from 2 distinguished speakers, Dr. Rajiv Kumar and Mr. Manish Anand. Let me invite Dr. Rajiv. Kindly be ready with your presentation. Dr. Rajiv is an experienced resource person for bilateral scientific R&D cooperation at Department of Science and Technology of Government of India. He has been coordinating Korea-India bilateral science and technology cooperation since 2009. So it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Rajiv. Dr. Rajiv, you have 20 minutes for your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Priyak. So can you see my screen?
Yes, please. Yes, it's very well done. Yes. Go ahead, please.
So thanks to organizers for inviting me to present the department's efforts in how we are promoting the India-Korea collaboration in industrial R&D program. So I have been listening to the previous presenters, and then I thought maybe I will respond during my presentation as well as during the question and answer, how they can collaborate with the Koreans and how we can be pitched up to fund their programs. So history goes back in science and technology cooperation long back, like in 1976, we have signed the first science and technology agreement between India and Republic of Korea. It was renewed in 1993 and then again in 2006, but we had not done much during the first two phases. The actual cooperation started in 2009 when our minister visited Korea. So far, we have held this 6th joint committee meeting to review overall bilateral cooperation. And then during around 2012, we have established a new ministerial steering committee meeting to review the overall cooperation between the two countries. Actually, this is the peculiar thing where two ministers are involved in reviewing the day-to-day cooperation implementation strategy and the outcome of the funded program. So actually last steering committee meeting between the ministers held in July 2018 in Delhi. As I mentioned in previous slide, this is the history. Like the 1976, we signed the agreement first time. Then again in 2005, we had joint committee meeting. We renewed the cooperation. We did not do much. But in 2009, we launched the first time a call for proposal for supporting the basic research proposals. So our primary focus initially was on supporting the basic research cooperation between the two countries, the academia to academia cooperation. Then after the first joint ministerial meeting, we had decided to launch the industrial R&D cooperation between the two countries. So during the 2012-2015, both sides discussed and then negotiated. We had dedicated funding for supporting the joint research between the two countries. We launched a $10 million fund between India and Korea to support this program. During the visit of our Indian Prime Minister to Korea in 2015, we felt that we can have a separate program for industrial R&D cooperation. And then we launched a program between the two countries. And again in 2018, when we felt the need of involving the other ministries, so we signed a MOU involving the Indian side, Ministry of Commerce and Industries, Department of Science and Technology, and similarly from the Korean side, the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Ministry of Science and ICT as a 4 partners for supporting the industrial R&D cooperation between the two countries. We established a future strategy group under which we have been supporting the India-Korea industrial R&D program. For the basic sciences, just to give the view, like we have been supporting the joint research projects in green mobility, robotics and engineering sciences, nutrition and food safety, renewable energy, chemical and biochemical technologies, health, medical sciences, material sciences, water resources, and ICT. So we have practically covered all areas in basic sciences where we find the complementarity between the two countries. We give the platform for academia to interact with them. And right now we have approximately 15 joint research projects ongoing. In 2015, we also decided to have a joint network center kind of thing, because earlier we had one-to-one cooperation between the PIs to PIs. Now we established a network center where many labs can be associated from the two sides and work on the similar topics, where they can provide the opportunity for industries also to join with their problem, and they can try to solve the problems of industries through joint network center. So the first center was established in IIT Delhi, this is on robotics, with the several hubs like IIT Roorkee, then Durgapur Institute, CSIR Institute in Durgapur, NAL, National Aerospace Laboratory, Bangalore. So they are the 4-5 institutes from India and similarly 4 institutes from Korea, and they have been working on the particular problem. Then we have established another center on computational materials because Korea and India has complementarity in this area. So with that mandate, we established a center in Jawaharlal Nehru Center for Advanced Scientific Research in Bangalore, where they are working on computational materials problem, science and technology aspects, both they are looking after. The third center we have established in cyber physical system just last year, that was established in IIT Indore. Apart from the basic science collaboration, we have like the industrial R&D cooperation program, which initially we launched in 2014, but somehow not made the drastic progress. But in 2018, we introduced this new kind of program where we increased the funding from the both government side, like 3.2 crore from Indian side, and then similar funding from the Korean side, putting here along with the 2 ministries from India and Korea. The area we have chosen for this program is digital transforming, future manufacturing, future utilities, and the healthcare. And then we have several small activities like the supporting the joint workshops for academia, for industries, and then industrial partnership development activities. And the primary aim of this industrial R&D program is to attract joint Indo-Korean industries investment in technology development with techno-economic perspective through collaborative efforts. The other aim is to promote ecosystem of innovation and techno-entrepreneurship, adopting best global practices, forge frontline global technologies alliance for Indian companies towards achieving R&D competence in foreign and domestic market. To provide demand-driven technology development and solution through global partnerships. We have the project aim to yield new IP prototype products or processes, and then use of innovative public-private partnership model for implementing industrial R&D program. So I will mention about the India's strategy in implementing the industrial R&D cooperation. Like we have created a special vehicle for supporting the industrial R&D program with our foreign countries, Global Innovation and Technology Alliance. So that is a Sector 25 company we have established, and we are running this program, industrial R&D program, through the GITA model. So Canada, UK, Spain, Finland, Israel, Republic of Korea, Italy, then Sweden are partnering in industrial R&D cooperation. Apart from that, we have a strong cooperation with the USA, France, and Germany. For these three countries, we have dedicated bilateral center established in India, where the two governments put the funding in one kitty, and then we support the techno-entrepreneurship and commercial program. So as I mentioned about the GITA special purpose vehicle we created, and the mandate of the GITA is the mapping the technology gaps for the country, connecting among technology developers, provide commercialization, evaluating through transparent process technology offers across globe on appropriateness from techno-economic perspective. Funding through quick dispersal process and flexible funding model, loan, grant, equity. So several options we kept for funding the bilateral industrial R&D cooperation program. Then demonstrating technology solution impacting lives of people. A one-stop shop, we have established this GITA through Technology Development Board, the entity of the Department of Science and Technology, where the TDB has a stake of 49%, and then 51% stake is with the CII, Confederation of Indian Industry. So they are the major shareholder in implementing this partnership. The GITA platforms enables Indian companies to achieve competitive leadership in both global and domestic knowledge markets. So apart from the DST, other our sister ministries also gave their domestic or their international cooperation program assigned to the GITA to implement on behalf of the respective Indian ministries. The process, you can see how we implement this industrial R&D program with different countries, including the Korea. It's like we launched the request for proposal. Then during the period, we keep the call open for 3 months. We do some outreach or matchmaking activity. The industries, they request of finding the partners. We also help them in finding the partners. Then promotion of hand-holding and matchmaking of both sides. Then partnership development activities we do organize, and then we receive the application. So this process normally takes 3 to 4 months in inviting the proposals. Then we do the evaluation on Indian side first, the screening eligibility check. Then we screen the applications on technical grounds. And then we invite the PI, the applicants from the India, to make the presentation before the committee and defend their proposals. Once we complete the national evaluation from Indian side, then respective partners like the Korea, they do independent review from their side, and then we sit together to select the proposals for funding. Once we jointly decide to fund, we ask the applicants from Indian side to sign the contract with GITA before the dispersal of fund. Similarly, our counterparts in foreign countries, they sign the agreement with the partner country, foreign applicants, and then jointly we launch the program by dispersing the fund to companies. The kind of proposal we look for are the TRL between 5 to 8. So we don't support the proposals at the R&D level, but if they have some proven proof of concepts, we do support these kind of proposals. And the one main aspects we look that complementarity aspects when we evaluate, we look that there should be a complementarity between the two groups as well as the clear business plan. So these are the key aspects when we support the proposals. The funding model, just for information of our audience, this is the funding model between the two countries, India and Korea. Like we have a joint kitty, the Indian money goes to the Indian applicants, and then similarly, the Korean money goes to the Korean applicants. So there is no deviation of fund between India and Korea in direct terms. Only knowledge exchange between the two groups happens, but the funding goes through GITA, like the 25% funding from the Korean government goes to the Korean company. And then similarly, we expect the Korean companies to put the 25% of the total project cost. So if you divide the project in 50-50, then from each side, the company has to put the 25% from the each companies and then 25 from the each government. So this is the funding model we have adopted for supporting the India-Korea Innovation R&D program. And total funding from the Indian side is available 3.2 crores, approximately 0.8 million dollar. And then similar funding is provided by the Korean government, like Ministry of Science and ICT and the Ministry of Technology, Energy and Trade. These are some of the projects which we supported during last around 4 or 5 years. 4 have already completed, like the one was supported to the L&T from the Indian side, and then from Korean side, Rastec Incorporation, Daijong. That was on design and development of robotic indoor trainer. So under this program, they developed a robot which can assist, which can train the surgeons for performing the surgery, because it's too expensive for the Indian market, Indian doctors to go abroad and take the training. So they have developed an indigenous robot which can train the doctors for performing them. Similarly, we had supported other project on a smart EPM block system development for industry robot for flux detecting and safety functioning technology. So this is a robot they developed for lifting the metallic things, high weight metals by robotic flux magnets. And this project also has already completed, and they are in the process of commercializing this technology. And this technology has been developed by East Coast Management Private Limited, Hyderabad, and Kitech, Korea. This is the third project on UAV, which already we have completed, and the Indian company UCAL is already using this system for the groundwater collection of groundwater water sampling. This is the fourth project, which is at the verge of completion, and this is basically about the design and development of advanced power electronics and related technologies for integration of solar power plants with power utility, where Korean company Jublix and then Allied Engineering, they partnered. This was the unique project. Like, this Indian company was very small, the turnover was only 3 crore. But when they started collaboration with the Korean company, they improved the automation process, because earlier they were working on the manufacturing the meters. Once we provided the opportunity to interact with the Korean companies, they changed their mandate to working on the manufacturing of the smart meters. And they got a huge contract from the Indian agencies for the supply of meters. Similarly, in the Korea, the meter, what they were providing, electric meter I'm talking about, so that was too expensive. But with the help of the Indian technologies, support of the Indian company, they have produced the very cheap meters, reliable meters in Korea, and they found a very attractive market in the Korea. So we find this project, it was a very small company submitted this proposal, and then they have grown very much during the 2.5 years during the collaboration with the Koreans. These are some of the projects just recently funded. Like last year, we have funded to Tata Advance and then get it drawn from the Korean company. So hardly 6 months have gone. This is another proposal against the last call on development of metallo-mechanical prediction model of magnesium forging, where the Automotive Research Association of India is collaborating with the Korean company MFRC. This is the project just recently, 2 months back, we funded about the 4 projects on-demand internet networking technology development. And then laptop software company from India and SMFI Seoul is working together. These are the 2 years project with the commitment funding from the Indian side. The Department of Science and Technology would be giving approximately 3.2 crores. This is the second project on personalized light solution-based growth environment platform for plant factory. This is the third one, development of microgrid linked solid oxide fuel cell system using diesel fuel. S2E Power System Private Limited. This is a sister company of Serum Institute, which is collaborating with HN Power Incorporation in Daijong. And they are going to have a technology for developing for providing the electricity to their vaccine production plants. This is another project. So as I mentioned, in 2018, we signed a MOU between the 4 ministries for establishing the India-Korea Future Strategy Group, under which we are supporting the projects for digital transformation like the information and communication technology, ICT, including IoT, AI, big data, which is well covered under the previous presentations. The theme of this session is ICT. So we are already taking care, but we are looking for the good proposal which can be supported by the department. The another area is a future manufacturing where India and Korea can leverage the joint collaboration and have complementary expertise support these projects. Another is future utilities, and then also we are covering the healthcare using the affordable healthcare for elderly and disabled natural healthcare products. So our partners, as I mentioned, the Department of Science and Technology from the Indian side, from where I am, then Ministry of Science and ICT from the Korean side. Then we have implementing agency from both sides, the Global Innovation Technology Alliance from the Indian side, and from the Korean side, 2 partners like Korea Institute of Advanced Technology, KAIET, and National Research Foundation. So they are the Korean implementing partners. We launched the annual call we launch every year. Sometime in November, we invite the applications. I talked about the achievement, but for a struggle, frankly, I can speak, we are lacking of the good applications from both sides. So during the last 2-3 calls, we found that there were not enough good applications to be funded. Though we have applications, several applications, like more than 20-25 applications we get, but we don't get enough good applications where they can show the complementarity and clear the business plan, which could be supported by the 2 governments. So that part, maybe through this audience, I will request to, during the discussion, I will try to find out the way how we can improve this program, where we can leverage the funding from both sides for sustaining the relations of our Indian and Korean company. Thank you very much. And if any questions, you can send me on my email. I have already written my email, so you can give me. Apart from that, for taking care of the ICT area, we have launched a 25 technology hub in different parts of India for promoting the cooperation within the country in the area of cyber physical system. These all 25 hubs have been mandated for the international cooperation. They have been provided the funding for supporting the basic research with academia, as well as they can involve the startups, industries, not only from the India, from the different abroad countries. So if any Korean company can interested to collaborate with any of the technology hub, maybe I will be happy to direct them to the respective technology hub. So thank you very much, and I would be happy to take questions during question answers here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv. And as you mentioned at the end, you would be happy to notice the participation from the technology hub. One of the technology hubs which you talked about has joined this conference from Roorkee. So yeah, before we invite Mr. Manish for his presentation, let's quickly have a couple of questions. If we have any questions to Dr. Rajiv. No. Okay. As you rightly mentioned at the end of your presentation, Dr. Rajiv, I think I also agree very much that identifying the needs and establishing the right partner match are very important for cross-border technology cooperation as well as commercialization. And since there are like a number of joint R&D projects are going on, so I like to request you to little bit elaborate in your slides. Like one of the slides I saw, you have activities called industrial partnership development activities. I think if that activities are, since it is organized or it is facilitated by the government at the government level, I believe that these kind of activities will be very important for KAIST GCC as well as for Korean industrial firms to identify the right partners in India so that they can work together, they can develop a common goal for developing new technology. So would you mind please explaining a little bit about that activities? Dr. Rajiv?
Sure. Yeah, sure. So,
And
as I mentioned,
one
the
more-
India-Korea program, we have been supporting this industrial R&D program. From the department, we have assigned this corporate program to implement to the GITA. So GITA is a joint venture company of both the in DST as well as the CII. So I look for the collaboration from the GST KAIST or any other Korean agency who can be partner with this program. So we are not lacking the funding. We have enough funding from both sides. Both government has commitment, but we are lacking in the promoting this cooperation or the matchmaking process. So that we need to strengthen, and I will look the cooperation from different forum like Mr. Irshad was also mentioning about the activity they are doing, like they are helping the Korean and Indian partners for the matchmaking. So if when we launch the call, if we can do the several activities, matchmaking activity between the two countries, that would be the great help for both India as well as the Korea.
That's true, yeah.
Modes we can discuss how we can promote this, but definitely the suggestion is very much welcome. We can discuss in future with the KAIST. And then similarly, Mr. Anand is already there. He has been interacting with the Korean hubs. So these hubs can also help us in doing the partnership development or promoting the collaboration.
Right, right. Yeah, one more small question, Dr. Rajiv. You mentioned about a joint entity established for cooperation between India and USA, India and France, and India and Germany. Is that that kind of joint establishment is better help, provide better help for finding, say, like a collaborating partners? I mean, from your experience, if you have any insight on that?
That's certainly. In case of the Indo-US, we established this Indo-US forum in 2000. That helped supported more than about 100 technology products funded. Out of that, already 15 have been commercialized. So this program is only 10 years old, but they have done a tremendous job because they have a joint kitty where experts
Hold on a second, please. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So actually, they have joint kitty to support these kind of programs. They have joint evaluation mechanism within the center. So they support and they help them in early commercialization. So that kind of system we wanted to create between the India and Korea during 2018. Both ministers have in principle agreed to establish, but only there was some difference between both sides on administrative structure of that center, because as per the Indian law, we agreed to establish in India that center. But we have to follow the rule of the land to establish that center. So some administrative issues still we are discussing to resolve between the India and Korea and come up with the same kind of a structure in India. But for time being, we are managing with the two centers, like one is GITA in India, and then similarly KIAT in Korea. So both of them are working. But of course, it would be good if we can have one system which can invite the applications, evaluate, and then fund.
Okay, let's hope someday we can have that kind of entity to like speed up the collaboration. Thank you very much, Dr. Rajiv. And it's time, like, if you have any thoughts for suggestions for the presenters' earlier presentations, anything?
Yeah, definitely, because I have seen lots of good proposals where they are already collaborating with them. Mm-hmm. So it's good if they can come and try to find out this program, if viable for them. They can apply, and definitely we would be glad to support. Because when they have already collaborated, just I mentioned one example, like when we evaluate the application, we find the applicants have submitted the application, they have one idea, the Korean partner has a different idea. They are unable to show the complementarity or the business plan between them. So that's why we reject these kind of applications. But where they have already done the groundworks, they know each other, they have discussed about the technologies, the future plan, and definitely they have good, they can find this platform good for supporting.
Very true. I think like one of the reasons could be the partners or like the companies who want to participate in that joint R&D development, they act at the last minute. So they may not have like enough time to streamline their goals between the companies.
Most of the applicants, once we launch the call, they try to find out the partner. They find the partner in hurry. Several things they don't disclose because when the industry are collaborating, they have to certain things they have to keep in confidential. If you have done the groundwork for last 6 months, you have built the confidentiality between the two sides, then definitely a good application you could be submitted, and the chances for winning this award is very high if you have some groundwork done.
Correct, yes. Anyways, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And let me invite now Mr. Anand from iHub Dibya Sampark, Technology Innovation Hub at Indian Institute of Technology, Roorkee. Mr. Anand is CEO of Technology Innovation Hub, and he has several years of academic experience in Korea. He has held executive positions at Hyundai Capitals and other multinational companies. He himself is a successful entrepreneur. His topic of presentation today is technology commercialization and its licensing and transfer, a glance on collaboration opportunities between Korea and India. Mr. Anand, are you there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Can you see me?
Yes, we can see you very well. Thank you very much. And go ahead, please. Your presentation time is 20 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Yadav. And also, I'm very happy to be part of this presentation and the workshop because, my connection with Korea is very long. So I did my MBA from KAI, so that is also another reason I feel like I'm back to Korea. So I also like to thank Dr. Rajiv because he has already covered a few of my slides, so I will not go into details. So I represent this iHub Dibya Sampark Technology Innovation Hub at IIT Roorkee. And this is a part of a national mission which Dr. Rajiv mentioned at the end of his presentation. So this was initiated by Department of Science and Technology to enable innovation and technology transfer. So in a sense, I am representing all the hubs, not only the Technology Innovation Hub located at IIT Roorkee. And also I would like to clarify that although this hub is located at IIT Roorkee, this funding opportunity and the networking opportunities are available for all India level. So this is not only for IIT Roorkee in that sense. So whenever I try to present in any India-Korea related forum, I try to keep this slide because we share so many common things there is between India and Korea. We both got independence on 15th of August, both as a democratic setup. Family system is still very strong in both the countries, and the respect for teachers. And also we have some historical connection in the sense that there was an Indian queen, Indian named Suryaratna, who visited Korea, fall in love with a Korean king, married to him, and then settled there. So these things are also important when we talk about collaboration because we share a lot of common things between us. Now, I will not go into detail of this historical collaboration because Dr. Rajiv has already covered this, but I will directly go to the point number 7, where I have highlighted these words: cyber physical system, AI, IoT, and semiconductor electronics. Because the hub that I am representing and the hub that we are trying to introduce you to for taking help in terms of R&D projects and the funding. This is part of a national mission called National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System, where we are focusing on all these newest technology like AI, IoT, semiconductor electronics, and other things. So, but when it comes to the opportunity, it is very important to note the development in Korea and also in India in terms of R&D spending by the private sector. In 1970s, most of the projects in Korea were funded by the government, almost 80%, and only 20% was funded by the private entity. But that trend got reversed in 2020. So almost 80% of the funding is now coming from the private entity in Korea. But we are also looking at a similar pattern in India as well. Like in 2000, almost 80% of the funding were coming from the government. But in 2020, you can see that the private entities are now contributing almost 37% of the total project cost. And there is a CNBC estimates that this funding from the private agency could go up to 65%, and only 35% would be coming from the government. So looking at this, I feel that there is a huge opportunity to collaborate on technology development, innovation, and technology transfer, because many of the Indian private sector entity, they would be looking for the new products. And when they are looking for the new products, there is a high probability that the similar products already exist in Korea. And there is a huge opportunity to collaborate. So I think we must utilize this opportunity, especially the Korean companies, to interact with Indian companies and then co-develop fund for the Indian market. Now, as also Dr. Rajiv mentioned, there are the few applications area where India needs new technology, especially to prepare for the Industry 4.0 or the Society 5.0. So I have listed few specific areas where new product demand will be coming from the Indian side. Like in the smart city projects, there would be requirement of smart infrastructures and building, then also intelligent transport system, smart energy grids and power management devices. And in industry 4.0, because Indian government is trying to bring this efficiency in operation and supply chain and productivity. So there we would be needing AI and IoT enabled smart manufacturing, predictive technology, sensors and networks, digital twins, then additive manufacturing like 3D and other. And in health care 4.0, we have seen a couple of presentations already in this particular area, where we will be focusing on Internet of Medical Things, healthcare, mobile health and wearables, and many other associated technologies. Now, when we talk about all these new technology, this data becomes very key because algorithms are many times are already there, maybe some open source algorithms, but data is the key for developing many new products. And as I say, data is the food for the many new technologies and also the startup. The problem is that 90% of the data is still inaccessible. Maybe with hospitals, government records, or under the firewalls of the companies. I was very happy to see the Korean partner and one Indian company. They are already collaborating with hospital to get to have that data access. But still, this is a huge barrier. The big question is how to get data and build a competitive advantage. So there, this new initiative of Government of India in terms of technology innovation hub, this is my feeling, can play a very big role in making those data accessible to the private entities because it's not always easy for a private entity to interact with the government and get those data. But we, being a government initiative and also a non-profit organization, would be able to facilitate those data flow. Of course, some of the data flow would be requiring some payment, but at least that data would be available to develop new products that can suit Indian market. So although this is not well established till now because this mission was started only 9 months before, but we are trying to build a system where this kind of data exchange would be easily available. Now, I would also like to introduce few more of cooperation because that is important for developing any new products. Now, there is one scenario where you have already some existing product, especially true for the Korean companies, but then still you need to identify the gaps in terms of the requirement by the Indian society or the Indian consumer. So that you can do either on your own, but that is very time consuming and money consuming. And also that you can do with the help of your network partner. When it comes to the network partner, there are several options available. Like you may realize that there are many Korean companies already in India and they have a very good base like Samsung, LG, Hyundai. So Korean companies could take help of their network. Also, they could get help of KAIST GCC and their network partners. There could be also possibility. I was talking a few days back to this agency from the Korea, and they have offices in Gurgaon, Haryana. So you can take help of them also to have access to the Indian market and the Indian partners. But more importantly, I would like to focus on these various technology innovation hub that have been started by the government of India, and which Professor Rajiv, Dr. Rajiv mentioned briefly. So this could be a new mechanism to build that network partner, because it is important to note that these IITs, they are well connected to industry, and IIT graduates are all over the industry activity, even at very high level. And you may have noticed that one of the presenter, Mr. Himanshu Arora, is also from IIT Bombay. So whenever you are interacting with any startups, startups in India, there is high chances that you will meet one of the IITians there. So if you are connected to this IIT system through a technology innovation hub, that way it will be little easier to find your right partner in the Indian market. Sorry. Now, the second part is when you want to develop new product and new technologies. So there also you need to go through the similar process of identifying gaps, and there also you would need a network partner. As you may have seen in the last presentation, there is a government agency, semi-government agency, I would say, GITA, and there is an opportunity to get up to 50% of R&D expenditure. And as the presenter said, that they are not able to get very good application, and that is mainly because we have not developed those networks within these two countries. So there are many individual companies who are doing great work, but when it comes to collaborating with the partners in other countries, they are not able to do well. So there, all these agencies could play a crucial role. Here it is important to know that we, the technology hubs, are not only acting as a platform, but also we would be supporting in terms of funding. So Government of India has given us fund to support that kind of activity. And of course, the startup funding is a big focus area, because that will help to generate more employment and bring efficiency in Indian economy. So I will briefly talk about this new initiative of Government of India and how you can take advantage of that. So if you look at the budget in terms of PPP, the actual budget of all these 25 hubs is almost like $1.5 billion. It's a huge money given to us, and we need to support this product development. But we are focusing on this particular area that is called cyber physical system. But if you look at the details of this cyber physical system, it covers almost everything that the new age startups are focusing on. So it includes kind of convergence technology, ICT, IoT, IoE, AI, power devices, ML, and which all these technologies are required for Industry 4.0 and digital economies. So as I said, it will be good to get connected with this IIT system and the technology hub, because it will be easier for you then to connect to the industry partners. And there also we will be acting as I said, we are a hub, so we need to act as a network platform. So one way, like we have already started negotiation with KAIST GCC, and soon, if possible, we will be having a formal arrangement with them. So Korean company, they can approach GCC, and then GCC will be approaching us, and then we will be connecting to all 25 hubs for any kind of funding support or networking kind of support. And then obviously, we will be also connecting you to many Indian companies who would be looking for new products or new partners to develop new ideas or new solution for the market. So I tried to go a little fast, and also because we'll be having then few minutes for Q&A session. And even if you are not able to ask in this session, I would be happy to connect with any of you, either for funding or getting connected you to the right partner. So I can be reached at this email ID, and you can also approach KAIST GCC, and they will be further connecting you to these hubs. So that's all I wanted to present. If you have any question, I would be happy to take those.
Thank you, Mr. Anand. Thank you very much. Yes, a very nice presentation, and I was very happy to see you talked about, you emphasized on data sharing. I think big data is going to be a natural reason for companies to collaborate for improving their product. Having say more data sharing will happen, and that will bring the companies from these Korea or from across the border. The companies will come together and enhance their capabilities. One more notice I made in your presentation, it's the idea of sharing, idea of connecting to different hubs by just connecting to one hub is very important for say an organizational setup like KAIST GCC. So we can have a good network connection, throughout the network connection, as you mentioned, 25 hubs have been established in India. And I believe all of them are in academic institutions one as yours. Is it?
Yeah, true.
Okay.
So we would, Dr. Yadav, we would be happy to be a nodal point for connecting to all other hubs. We are already connected to various means, and also it's a mandate from the government that we need to work together, because the invention happens at the intersection of the disciplines, and collaborations are very important within our hubs as well. So we would be happy to connect you to all the hubs, and we can act as a central point for KAIST GCC.
Thank you very much for for assisting us in reaching out to Indian market. A small notice, I saw mostly your presentation slides was focused on cyber physical and ICT, next generation ICT technologies. And you have 25, you mentioned 25 technology innovation hubs have been established, supported by the government. So are they have a specific technology specific hubs?
Yeah, so as I said, this is a part of national mission on cyber physical systems. So all these hubs are related to cyber physical system, and every hub has been given a theme. But that doesn't mean that they will be working only on that, because they need to collaborate with all other hubs. Like hub at IIT Roorkee has been given theme of material, devices and technologies. Similarly, there is a hub at IIT Kharagpur that will be working on artificial intelligence and machine learning.
I see.
There is a hub at IIT Kanpur that will be working on cyber security. So every hub have been given one theme so that they can specialize. That is also very important, because you cannot work on each and every area, right?
Correct.
But in terms of connections, we would be able to help you in connecting to any hubs and beyond. Not only hubs, but also in the incubation center at all IITs.
Thank you.
That is the mandate of the government of India, and that is why we are focusing on cyber physical systems, because those technologies are going to be key for the Industry 4.0 or Society 5.0 or the Digital India campaign that government of India has launched. That's the reason we are focusing on cyber physical systems.
Yes, thank you so much. May I request other presenters, if you have any questions, you may ask our expert distinguished presenters from the Government of India and Technology Innovation Hub. Mr. Arora, Mr. Dinesh, if you are there, like if you have any questions, you can go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Parag. I don't have any questions as of now, but thank you for the presentations.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So, yeah, Dr. Prayag, Himanshu here.
Let's take Dinesh first.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I
Okay.
hope. Who are you referring to? Your question goes to whom?
I'll ask Dr. Rajiv.
Okay.
In fact, during his presentation, he also referred to the Indo-Korean collaboration and the calls. So, it doesn't have to be during this discussion, but, Professor Prayag, you would know, we were keen on leveraging that program. So maybe after this program, after this discussion, we might want to get some guidance on the right way to approach this. We were interested in applying, but I think we kind of ran short of time this time. But
Right.
next time we would definitely be interested. If there is an appropriate process to be followed, we would like to get some guidance on that. That's basically what I want to share.
Certainly, our next call would be launched sometime in November. So definitely, you are welcome to apply. And for any other assistance or understanding, you can approach me. My email was already there in my presentation.
Yes, I have
so
noted,
you can write me, and I would be glad to support. The second, from my side, one question to Manish is like very good to present the department and you are doing very well. So with the aim for promoting the industries and academia startups, we have established this 25 hubs in different parts of the country. And of course, you have linked with the South Korea. So at least from department side, DST side, we would be glad to promote this, at least one activity, partnership development activity immediately between the Korea and India. We can be ready and we can discuss the modalities with the three of us, guys, DST. The second aspect for KAIST, I would like to offer from DST, like we have been brainstorming on launching the program for internship for our engineers from both Korea and India, where they can have expertise working in industries, get the exposure for 6 months, and then industry find viable, they can hire either in Korea or their company, Indian company like Samsung and other thing. So that could be a future thing for us to discuss. And if we find some partners from both sides, definitely we would be glad to launch industrial internship program.
Thank you. That you were talking about industrial internship, right?
Yes, yes. For engineers who go there, because we have already for basic science, like the India-Korea internship program for the basic science.
Yes.
So that we have been supporting through the NRF and DST. But now time has come where we can train our graduates, engineers in each other industry so that they can be a future ambassador for industrial R&D cooperation. So we can find some partners, some industries, maybe some funding agency from both sides. Of course, DST would be interested from Indian side to fund.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Himanshu, you had a small question. If you have quickly, you can wrap up the question.
Yes, Dr. Prayag.
Yes.
So my question is for Dr. Rajiv.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, so basically, sir, it's like, I think Mr. Dinesh will also relate to this. So, yes, of course, the ecosystem in India is developing in terms of R&D and all. But the issue we are facing is like the regulatory guidelines for approvals and all take a lot of time. See, in our case, we did a pilot at Pune airport. So they liked it and the results were all good. But, there's no such like the regulatory framework being implemented. In like how AI enabled devices can be, used for customers, or like how to go get those regulatory guidelines. So how can DST help us to get such kind of clearances and, frame those guidelines that can, help our country go forward in terms of R&D and implementing new solutions?
Thank you. So on the regulatory guidelines, actually, this is beyond mandate of the DST. But of course, the government of India is trying to find out the way, because AI is a new theme and the present government is trying to find out the ways how we can easily give the permission or accord the certificate. So government is already working on that part, and definitely because we have recently hosted this cyber physical missions in different parts. So the feedback from each hubs would be important for a regulatory authority to do some relaxation or how to quickly go ahead for granting the permission. So that aspects also they would be taking care. They would be providing the feedback to the DST, and then in turn DST will further process forward this to regulatory authority. Because this is beyond our mandate, but definitely we would be providing them the feedback collected from through this.
Okay. I think, yes, I think we are at the end of the session. Now, with this, we'd like to conclude the session 5. Thank you very much, all the presenters, the panelists, online and offline participants. Thank you once again. Please continue joining the remaining session of this summer event. Our next session will start at 3:30 p.m. Korea time. So please come back to the next session, session 6. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me start session 6. Good morning and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Now we start session 6 of 2021 GCC conference and workshop. My name is Myung-Chul Park Kaist. I'm very honored to moderate this session 6. Session 6 consists of 2 parts. In the first part, we will discuss the cooperation for technology commercialization between Korea and overseas. Particularly, in the global commercialization process, the cooperation between global partners is very important to make a success story. In this session, 3 different cases will be discussed. The first case is the cooperation between Korea and Germany. Second case focused on Korea and India. The third case is cooperation with Spain. 5 distinguished CEO and experts now invited for the presentation. Also, for Zoom attendees, if you have any questions or comments, please leave a message in chat site, or if possible, you can directly communicate with this local site. Okay, now we start the first case. The first presentation is Korean partners. The presentation is done by Jason Park. He is the CEO of Blue Signal Corporation in Korea. The title of presentation is AI-based traffic prediction platform. Jason Park. Okay, now we can start. So you start here. I'll be in. Okay.
Hi everyone. My name is Jason Beck, CEO of Blue Signal. I'm very pleasure to present in here is for introduce our solutions. Okay, let me start. Okay, our company is focused on the future traffic prediction solutions. Our solutions can predict future traffic situations like a traffic congestion or traffic risk, just like all of we can predict the relations with the traffic. So our solution just starts from the analyzing traffic data. Traffic data means the historical traffic data. In case of our solution, is start from this analyzing historical traffic data. And then finally, we can find a business model. It's currently, we are 3 solutions area. So I will explain our current processing solutions. This is a start from the analyzing traffic data. We can collect from the historical traffic data from the general government side. So we analyzing historical traffic data for a day or 4 times. So this is very helpful and the strength for the powerful on our solutions. This slide shows speed predictions data. According to our analyzing traffic data, we can get the future traffic speed. From the 2 minutes to 6 hours, we can predict the speed. Whole of data, even it's country or a city, no problems. Our solution can predict the future traffic, future speed. Currently, we are focused on the 3 solutions. So first is risk congestion predictions. This solution is focused on some general infra, like some head-up display or traffic light, just like that. This is our solutions adapt to head-up display screen. This slide is just only common. Looks like a common head-up display, but different. Our contents, including future traffic contents. This is content will be show upcoming traffic situation, and then future upcoming traffic congestion or traffic risk. So our solution can recommend it as some recommended speed. This speed can safe drive for the relations to with the environment. So our solution, our head-up display screen, it will be help to drive to, okay, is after 2 minutes later, what happening to me? So driver prepare for some risk situations. This slide also show analyzing whole of routing. This is a little bit different. It's from just a common route recommendations, like Google or the SK Telecom, this will be different. This is including the future traffic contents. So this is also will help to drive to safe or it's fast. This slide show analyzing San Francisco traffic data. Finally, we can get the future traffic speed ahead of 6 hours. We will compare to our accuracy is very higher accuracy rate. So this data will be helpful for the safe relief traffic problem. Also, this is like some current processing project. It's not yet extract the future speed, but this is the change pattern in the traffic. This is according to analyzing the physical traffic data also too. And then it's the left side map will be analyzing whole of traffic data, and then we can get the future traffic lot of situation. Also, this information will be helpful for the lot of relations with the traffic policy or traffic situation. This solution is also a signal optimizer. This is analyzing crossroad situation, and then we can recommend it at the proper traffic interval by the whole of directions. These solutions will be helpful for the reduced traffic problem without change any infrastructure. This is very helpful and efficient solutions. These simulations we are managing to Gangnam area, as Gangnam area is very complex area in the Korea. So we analyzing Gangnam area as a traffic data, and then we can get the proper traffic interval. And then maybe this interval value will be helpful for the reduce traffic congestions. So our solution is based on the AI, and then this slide is just show compares with the general traditional traffic control, and then is adapt our solutions too. We already have efficient in the lot of reference abroad. In case of Dubai or China, this will be from 7 to 20% improving travel speed without any infrastructure. Finally, we are introducing our safe driving solutions. This is a vision CCTV camera. It's currently, we are targeting this solution to the autonomous vehicle, but it's not yet is communicated with the autonomous vehicle. So it's currently we just only focus on the current crossroad to prevent from some traffic accident or some traffic risk. This is a slide that show processing is in just a normal crossroad situation. So in the case, we can predict future traffic situations related to traffic risk or traffic accident case. So these solutions will be warning for the future traffic situation in the crossroad, including car or pedestrian. Even some pedestrians maybe will be jaywalking, but our camera will be detect. Okay, this person will be jaywalking after 1 minute a second. So this camera is warning to them, to the vehicle, to prevent from the car accident. As currently we are focused on the overall business, especially we are currently working with the Dubai and the Germany case. I hope that our solutions will be reduce traffic problem, including a lot of industry. So our vision is to just only many research for the future technology also too.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
This slide is Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella introduced as prediction solutions. This solution will be changed whole of the world. It's by the predictive power solutions.
Around traffic
it's
conditions.
efficient.
In fact, even predictive power to anticipate accidents. Obviously,
He
to
will
avoid
introduce
the
our
accidents.
future head-up display screen, and then is a signal optimizer too. As currently we focus on the overall business. Also, we have a lot of branch, and then we have a lot of traffic expert. We will continue research for the more is future high technology in the traffic problems area. Thank you for listening to my presentations.
Okay, thank you very much. The presentation is very short, but it's clear and very interesting technology. Well, the Blue Signal German partner is from the city of Hamburg. I'm trying to invite Christine Plexen, and she will give some comments about global cooperation with Blue Signal. Christine, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Okay, guten Morgen. Must be morning.
Guten Morgen.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Christine Ferksen. I am a product owner in the LSBG, and the LSBG is a service provider of the city of Hamburg, and we are taking care of the technical infrastructure of streets, waters, and bridges. And we have various departments. I'm particularly based in the DigiLab department of the LSBG. And within the DigiLab, we are taking care of several digitalization projects. Just to mention some, for the moment, we have one project that has its focus on acquisition and display of geo-referenced live information from construction sites, which means a specific location and area of construction sites with a variation of maximum 50 centimeters, which is a very, very narrow area. On the other hand, we have a project which is called Redlytics, which is the development of a portable LOT device with an integrated GNS sensor. And the sensor is going to be placed in cab vehicles. This technology provides a databases for determining infrastructural needs. And then I will already come to my project. My project is called Transmove. Transmove is an traffic forecast and action recommendation tool which we want to develop. And it has the vision to become the basis of all intelligent mobility decisions for the near and distant future. And we follow the mission to improve the mobility and thereby reducing the pollution in the free and Hanseatic city of Hamburg with the use of an artificial intelligence method and an intuitive tool for a better forecasting quality for urban planners and decision makers, as well as a better quality of life for the citizens. So, and we got in contact at the beginning of the year with the company Blue Signal through our sister company Hochbahn. And we started talking, and Blue Signal was sharing their solution. And in my project, we are at the very beginning. We are sorting the companies we want to develop this vision with, I just spoke about. And so we really liked Blue Signal's approach and what they could already provide and what they are doing. And we created a letter of intent, which is simply saying that we have the interest of working with each other, and that we love to get to know Blue Signal's technology better, while providing some data. And Blue Signal is going to try to use this data to make predictions and forecasts. And currently we are at a point where we agreed on a specific area of streets in Hamburg that will be interesting for the trial. We currently have sent a lot of data to Blue Signal. Blue Signal has checked if the data we can provide would be enough or is good enough or even possible to be used for their AI prediction method. And they got to the conclusion that the data is good, that we can provide, and that, and after that, we shared even more data, and we are currently in the trial to get further, to see where the prediction can go. And I really like the journey so far. I have to mention Blue Signal is really fast, and the authorities of the city of Hamburg, they are not as fast. So we have to find the middle way because the authorities are a bit slower. But I'm really excited about this cooperation. And that is it for my speech so far.
Dankeschön, Christine. Before getting some question or comment from the floor, I have some more questions. Why did you choose Korean partners, particularly Blue Signal? What do you like most about that?
We also work with German partners, but in my department where I work in, we are very open-minded, and we want to be open-minded, and we want to see and get to know different technologies, because the world is big and there are a lot of opportunities. And we got to know Blue Signal via the partner Hochbahn, and Hochbahn is really all over the world getting in contact with companies. And they created this connection. And then we had the small presentation from Blue Signal, and we really liked this presentation. It seemed really focused. They know what they are doing. They have a clear vision, what they can do. They are already doing it in other cities. That seemed for us really sharp. And that is something we really liked and why we were interested to continue this journey.
Okay, thank you so much. Would you reply to the comments, Mr. Beck? No comments. Okay. Okay, it's time to accept some question and comment from the floor. Do you have any? Yes, Rogers. Would you please come to the front?
To use this one? Yeah. Thank you very much for the presentation. I think it's very interesting. I'm from Barcelona, from Europe, so I think we have also many problems in terms of congestion, traffic congestions. But I just wanted to point out one of the recent problems that we have in our city, that we have a lot of electric scooters. So those scooters are causing a lot of problems, especially when it comes to accidents with pedestrians and so on. So I just wonder if this solution can be also implemented on that and how it would work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Possible. Because we have a 3-step, but the first step is focus on the little bit big area. But I already introduced our solution in the Navibox, cable assist TV solutions. This solution is react by the real time, and then this information also delivery to our general traffic platform there. Also, the analyzing of real time base in the pedestrian or the car direction also too. So I hope that will be this combined two informations will be helpful for some heavy traffic area or some always traffic situation, traffic problem will be helpful for our solutions if you adapt to in the by the real time possible.
Thank you. And a second question I have about the autonomous vehicles that you mentioned before. I wonder if that can be implemented in the car technology or car software, or can be something like you can have an app like based on Apple Car or Android Car that can be used also for that. Thank you.
Especially in case of autonomous vehicle area, not yet is to define for the protocol or just like some clearly as a connection protocol, not yet. But for this we have some general using the general protocol information. So we will try to test in the Sejong City area end of this year, maybe including a real-time base, and then including is more AI base. But maybe reactions will be after 2 seconds, because your question is to 1 or 2 ahead will be covered, but between these 2 seconds will be covered by the hardware. But after that after time will be covers our solution, because hardware has an unlimited has a limited for the some I don't know some detect area, impossible detect area, but our CCTV can detect that. So this after some predict situation delivery information to the autonomous vehicle after 2 seconds later.
Okay, understood. Thank you very much. And I hope to have you in Barcelona.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do we have any question or comment from the floor? Do we have some questions from the Zoom side? No more questions. Okay, I hope your project is successful soon. Thank you so much, Blue Signal, Mr. Peck. Okay, now we move to second case, cooperation between Korea and India. The presentation will be given by Mr. Jonathan No, Team Manager of Marketing and Sales, Hudens Bio Corporation, Korea. The title of presentation is Hudens Bio the pioneer for the revolutionary market change in the field of dentistry. Please.
Okay, I want to make a very quick introduction of myself, as some of you guys may not understand fully of my particular role, as I have stated, as a team manager. But I'm currently taking over the whole global business department of the marketing and sales as in total part. So we also take position in B2B business collaborations, as well as the deals that we're currently acquiring. Before I actually enter into my whole presentation, I want to make a very quick statement and also make a partial ice break because I just came from Dubai, which is one of the hottest place. And even in that hottest place, AEDC, it's called an AEEDC Dental, one of the top third biggest global dental exhibition. That was postponed since the February this year. They finally held place and was able to proceed with that whole exhibition. So as I was attending their ADEC, the Dubai Dental Exhibition, is very famous for and known for its conferences and the speaking and speeches for well-known famous people all around the world. But they had to stop that, even with an option of such as like this through Zoom and all that. I was actually surprised that GCCW was able to proceed with this and make this a successful event. So I want to take this opportunity to thank myself for being able to be here, and it's a great honor to be presenting here. So let me proceed with the presentation. So it's a very quick content of a breakdown into my company overview and the business sectors that we're doing. And at last, the most important thing is the joint development project that we are actually going to be doing with an Indian company called Synthera, which I think it's a great opportunity for both of us. So as a company overview, we're slightly a very small company compared to many other gigantic companies that are also involved into the dental field. We're consisted of around 40 people. We're based in, which is called Gwangju. It's the southern left part of the Korean Peninsula. We were actually founded in 2013, but its based R&D department was found a little longer than that, which is around the mid 2000. I think it was 2008 or so. So this is our founder. The key takeaway is his current position that he's doing as a new health technology assessment as an expert advisor and the project director and expert advisor in the ISO TC 106, which takes over the whole global, the Korean, the newly developed dental products. So we were able to catch up with a lot of those aspects ahead of time as well. So these are some of the business overview. I want to sum down to a very simple sentence. We were found in the beginning with the R&D department. Our company was founded as 8 PhD degreed people. They all came down together without no financial experts, no sales department until 2018. So we were compactly oriented with the research and development phases until a very long time ago. And this was able to boost where we are right now, sitting at 2021. As you can see, the whole history of our company, nothing really happened much until 2018, and starting at 2019 all the way up to 2021, a lot of vast global activities. I guess the awards that we were able to get from the Korean government. Our founder was able to receive a presidential award from one of the top so-called innovative medical product development field. So our technology is slowly getting, I guess, known more widely than we actually initially expected. So I think this is a very good notion that I want to bring up. These are some of the major products. The key factor that I want to emphasize here is the localizations of the product that we have done. So until early 2000, a lot of our dental materials and dental medical devices were all imported. So there were particularly no medical devices related to dental field that were actually manufactured within Korea. There are many different devices and also the medical products, but these were mostly imported from Japan, Germany, and also from the US. What we have accomplished most was again, the localization of this different products. I want to just step by real quick. So the burr star or the carbide burrs are the ones that you trim and cut teeth. So those are widely used in many dental clinics as well as the dental laboratories. We have successfully localized these products as a whole body tungsten carbide burrs, meaning these are more easy to endure the vibrations that happens when you're cutting or trimming. Also, these easy tempo and the soft resins, these are also first localized by us. We have developed our new products, which can be easily replaced with the products that are currently being imported. Same deal goes with the easy pattern and orthopia. These specifications and detail of this product, I won't go into deep because a lot of these products are a little off the whole idea of this presentation, but I want to touch base again that a lot of these products that we're currently manufacturing are first localized and by us. And lastly, as you can see, the number 8 product, those are the gold alloys, which we are also taking some vast shares in Korea as well. These are some of the future releases. I haven't brought all of the items that are currently being under the development phases, but as said again, that because we have a very strong and solid R&D department, we were able to make variety of different products that our current customers are really asking for us to make. So these are some of the hand pieces which you guys can easily see in the dental clinics. And the Dontic files are the ones that cure the so-called the root canal of the teeth and the cement and all these other followings. I want to focus about the bone graft material, which I will be, which this will be relayed onto what I will be discovering with the Synthera, the joint development project, because not a lot of you guys here will know what bone graft material is. I will be making a very quick introduction. So you guys probably know a lot about implants in dental field. So a lot of Korean people, because it's very vastly known already in Korea about the implant surgeries. But putting that aside, not that many people know what bone graft material is. One of the most important things in implant surgery is to have a very strong and solid bone. And what bone graft material does, it just simply helps growing or putting the volume, or the most important role is to have a very strong bone for that implant fixture to be safely fixed inside and do its role for a very long time. People who are doing the implant surgeries, most of the cases, they lack bones due to the inflammations or loss of the teeth for a certain period of time. So these bone graft materials, you can easily just think that it's a substitution material that will be followed along with the implant surgeries over 90% of the times. So within this bone graft materials, as you can see in the left bottom, I don't know if it's big enough for you guys to see, but there are different types of bone graft materials. There were this bone graft material called autograft, which is not really a cases anymore all around the world, because you take the bone in the outer part of your body and that's a secondary surgery, which a lot of the clinicians are currently avoiding to do because that's another pain for the patient as well as the cost. So the allograft material and then the xenograft materials are currently the most market, I guess, taking the bone graft material. So allograft is the bone graft material that comes from a human. Xenograft material is the one that's coming from animals. Can be from pigs, cows, horse. some also from the other part of the animal. But what we have done and what we have developed newly is this called the material type called synthetic bone graft material. This is literally a synthetic human-made, lab-made material. So just think for a second that if you're going to take an implant surgery, you don't want someone else's or a dead person that you do not know to be implanted in your teeth, right? And the other option would be the xenograft. You don't want to get any kind of material inside your teeth that may come from a dead pig or cow or horse, right? So there are vast, I guess, trend that are currently shifting on from these human and animal-based bone graft material onto the synthetic bone graft material, because synthetic bone graft material is the composition that are made from the lab with the clean calcium and phosphates. So this is as far as I will explain about the types of the bone graft materials. So what we have invented, even within the type of the synthetic bone graft material, there are different generations. It's widely known as HA as hydroxyapatite, and then TCP called tricalcium phosphate. What we have invented is a composition called octacalcium phosphate. So a tricalcium phosphate is a material that has 3 calcium. That's why it's called TCP as a tricalcium. For us, our material is composed of 8 calcium. That's why we call this material octacalcium phosphate. So this is one of the most, I guess, the newly developed. And this is one of the reasons why I think OCP will be the key product that will take up all the current market of bone graft material, including the allograft and xenograft, and even the synthetic bone graft market, because within the bone graft market and its procedures, the most important thing is how fast the bone grows in a patient and how safe and how solid it grows into the patient to have a successful implant surgeries. So this, going back to the OCP, the whole phase is cut into this simple steps. So the very first step that you can see in the very first circle is called a bone grafting injections. When a bone graft is first injected, it goes through various different phases like ionization process, osteoblastic cells coming in. And then at the end, it becomes a human bone. But what OCP does, it cuts the very 4 steps, and then it's injected into the very the before step of becoming one's own bone. So again, it cuts the time of a bone formation twice or 3 times faster than the traditional ones that are currently out in the market right now. So the people who, I guess the clinicians or surgeons who were using xenograft or allograft are now looking into these synthetic bone graft materials, but they were not able to use a lot of this synthetic bone graft materials because it takes so much time. Just to give you an example, it will take an year sometimes or 10 months using synthetic bone graft, while it will only take about 6 months for using this xenograft or allograft, the human and animal composed bone grafts. But what we were able to look into our clinical phases and the trials was that it can be composed and make bone as fast as this animal-based and human-based bone graft material. So again, like our company, we do have different shareholders that are over 50% of our current shareholders are composed of dentists, meaning that we were able to do these different hands-on courses, doing the product validations, product manipulations, which means that we are continuously communicating in the development with the field experts, the dentists, which will eventually become our customers. So we have a vast advantages over this just by having these dentists as our shareholder of our company. I'm going to really quickly touch base on the preclinical evaluation. So what a preclinical evaluation is, it looks into the efficacy and effectiveness of the product before it goes into the market, and also the safety. So looking into the control group, we selected the most famous xenograft product and the most famous synthetic bone graft product, and then compared that onto our test group, our own product. This was a 4-week and 12 weeks trials. This was a the trial that was done under a rabbit tibia bone. So looking into the 4-week period of time, what you were able to see is how fast our OCP, our product, was able to secure the so-called the defect site of the rabbit, because it was a 3-millimeter defect that was done by the whole this whole purpose of the preclinical trial. And then looking into the data itself, the new bone formation, as you can see in this data, was averaged out by the observation officers who have done this, and how fast it was for our product to create a new bone compared to the other control groups. So this is a 12-week. As you can see, how solid it was formated, even closure of the outer bone part, that our product is much more, I guess, enhanced part when it comes to the bone formation. Also, I want to touch very quickly about the residual bone graft. What residual bone graft means is how much bone graft substitution material was left after. This indicates how much of a bone graft material was able to substitute and be absorbed, meaning how fast and how much it was able to play its eventual goal, which is a bone formation, the new bone formation. This is going to be covering a very quick idea of the Korea and India Joint Development Project, which again, we are in the phase of getting, I guess, approved after some of the reviews and everything with a company in India called Synthera. I want to just touch really quick about our company, that we are currently looking into the USA 510K approval. We have submitted this in its approval process. We have a very close relationship with COTRA, getting a lot of supports with the international parts, especially around the branch offices that we can get. We have few supportive, this is also called Chisawa project with COTRA, that we are currently engaged into 6 different countries. We are now expanding our actual physical office in Bangkok, also with the Seoul branch, which I am currently working on right now. This is a very quick proportion of our company, the revenue in the overseas part. As you can see, the highest peak in the bar indicates the Indian market, meaning it's the quarter of our current, over 35% of our current, the market and sales proportion that are happening currently, even in 2020, last year, was from India. So the Indian market for our company is a very important and very fast growing market, which we had to just concentrate more in both the sales and marketing part. This is a very quick review of what we are currently doing with the Korean-India Joint Development Project. It was broken down into 3 different milestones, with each taking up to 8 months. So this is going to be total of 24 months, meaning 2 years. This is not just I guess, a role that students as us are doing, but this is a joint role taking place for both us and Synthera. So I don't want to go with the details, but this is the whole idea of the timeline. Lastly, I just want to say just one thing. The whole market of a dental bone graft is I know they vary from different research papers, but in average, the whole dental bone graft material market goes up to $1 billion. And even looking into the Indian market, it has over $10 million with 30% CAGR year growth, meaning India is one of the vast and fast growing market with its population and with its needs that will come out at the end. What we have developed, again, is called OCP. It's a new generation. It's a new material that can compete up to xenograft and allograft. Also, Synthera, I believe that Synthera will be presenting right after me, but their bioglass material, which we are currently planning to mix them up together in some form to even make a better product. I believe strongly that this cooperation and the joint development project can definitely shake the whole bone graft material market in overall. So that's going to be it for me.
It's personally, it's pretty much interesting topic to me because I need it. Listen to it. This is my headache, so I hope to see the results soon. Okay. Hudon Bio's Indian partner is company name is Synthera. Now I'd like to invite Dr. Nilay Lakar. He's founder and CEO of the Synthera. Dr. Nilay, are you there?
Yes, I am here, so I will share my screen.
Are you ready to go?
Yes,
Okay.
I'll just put my screen on and right. So the first question, am I audible and visible, and is my screen visible as well?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nilay. I'm the CEO of Synthera Biomedical. First of all, before going into the presentation, I would like to express my deep appreciation to the KAIST GCC team for organizing this workshop and for inviting me to talk a little bit about not just about Synthera and who we are and what we do, but also to talk a little bit about what our partnership with Hudon's Bio and with KAIST is how that is shaping up, and why it's so interesting and why it's so exciting for us to embark on this partnership. So let me just move on. So as a company, our motto is our mission is to regenerate, repair, and revitalize the smart way. Okay, so to give you a very brief overview, we are India's first bioactive glass company, and we focus on advanced smart material products that are based on bioactive glass technology. We have a pipeline of multiple products, both patented and off-patent, which are based on bioactive glass and which address a global market. All of this is the foundation for all of this is a technology team which comes from Europe's top universities, with a lot of experience in biomaterials R&D and product development. And at the same time, we also bring strong partnerships with India's leading entities in R&D, in manufacturing, in incubation, biotech funding, and so on. So just to give you an idea of our vision and mission, our vision for tomorrow is to become the world leader in next generation biomaterial technologies and products that aid next generation smart biomaterial technologies and products that aid human health and enhance quality of life. And our mission today is to conceptualize, develop, manufacture, and commercialize generic and patented high-quality bioactive glass and allied products at affordable prices for customers worldwide. Okay, so I move on to an introduction of the core team. So I'm the founder and CEO. I bring advanced degrees in biomaterials from University College London in the UK. On the technology side, I'm very ably assisted by Amol, advanced degrees from Germany and from Belgium, from KU Leuven. And on the corporate and commercial side, I'm assisted quite strongly by Dipti, who's a practicing, who is a qualified lawyer and a company secretary. Together we bring a lot of experience, not just in R&D and product development, but also on the corporate affairs side. So I'll move into, I'll speak a little bit about the technology and what interests us about it. Bioactive glass is a platform of glass and glass ceramic smart materials that stimulate different hard and soft tissue types to undergo repair and regeneration. Now, what interests, this is a technology that I personally have been working on since 2008, so that's about 13 years now. What has always interested me about bioactive glass is its major attributes. It is smart, it is multifunctional, it is scalable, very easily scalable through conventional manufacturing processes, and it is safe. So it is designed to produce no adverse reactions or side effects. And I'll talk about why we call it smart and multifunctional on the next slide. So when we say that bioactive glass is smart, what we mean is that when bioactive glass is placed in is placed in a certain environment, it actually gets acted upon by certain environmental inputs, which may yield intelligent outputs. Okay, so and I'll illustrate this with the same example that Mr. Jonathan provided in the earlier presentation, where he talked about usage of bone grafts in implant surgeries. So the idea, the basic working principle here is that when you have an implant surgery where you're using bioactive glass as a bone graft, then what's happening is that as soon as it is implanted, it is coming into it is basically being influenced by various inputs from the body, such as the body temperature, the pH of the surroundings, the surrounding tissue, the water content, even the mechanical forces and geometry of the implant site. All of this, when coming together, and all of this comes together and causes the glass to undergo controlled degradation. So degradation at a very controlled rate, with release of ions, again at a very controlled rate, so that you have stimulation of tissue growth in the implant site, and at the same time you can have inhibition of microbial growth as well. So that's what we mean by smart. Now, when we say multifunctional, when we say bioactive glass is multifunctional, that means that multiple properties are built in. This is through the bioactive glass of a particular composition. It is through the other components that are mixed with the bioactive glass to form a formulation, and it is through the processing technique by which all of this is brought together. So multiple properties are built in through all of this, and they are deployed on demand to develop a product that is tailored to the requirement. Okay, and bone grafts are and synthetic bioactive glass bone grafts are an excellent example of this, because you have, for example, bone graft bioactive glass putties, where a particular combination of bioactive glass composition plus certain organic matrices and the technique by which all of this is brought together, all of this comes together to form a bone graft paste, like you see in the picture. Okay, so when we say that we work on bioactive glass as a platform, our technologies are the base for developing a pipeline of unique products, and they accomplish all of these different objectives. Okay, so all of these are technologies at various stages of development. I will of course focus on bone regeneration, because this is the technology that we worked on for the longest period of time. So when we talk about the problem that clinicians face, again, Jonathan has talked about this quite a bit. The idea is that bone graft is basically a material that promotes bone repair and regeneration at one or more sites where there has been bone loss due to injuries or disease or congenital deformities. And what we find is that there's no single product platform that combines all the needs of a clinician. So clinicians want bone grafts that are 100% free from infection, toxicity, and allergic reactions. They want highly predictable bone regeneration performance. They want materials that are very similar to bone, so bone biomimetic in terms of their structure and function, and particularly that means their porosity and their resorption rate. Increasingly, they want materials that offer opportunities for personalized therapies. So that brings us towards the direction of technologies such as 3D printed grafts and combinations of grafts with patients' own stem cells and so on. And in especially in developing countries such as India, which are very price sensitive markets, you want easy availability with more affordable pricing. So when we took on all of these problems as a statement, we decided to design a product that solves for these problems. So Porosin is our solution. This is a material. This is a product that's based on bioactive phosphate glass as a material platform. It's been developed in different forms for ease of handling. So it's available in granules, in blocks. We're developing a paste of this material, a putty of this material as well. So that's the first aspect. The second thing is that it is 100% synthetic and safe. So no adverse effects due to infection or adverse immune responses are possible. Quick healing is one of the major objectives. So you want bone formation within 4 to 6 months, which we've been able to show through our studies. And also together with highly predictable performance. So basically, when you go from patient to patient, what you want is that regardless of the patient's own characteristics, you want the bone graft to behave in exactly the same way with the same level of bone regeneration performance. So this is what we've been able to show in animal studies. So the material also has near complete biomimetic behavior. It's been designed that way. And finally, the idea for this as a future platform is to offer personalization at ever deeper levels, where we go into specialized techniques such as 3D printing and CAD/CAM, and ultimately into a tissue engineering approach where we combine grafts with the patient's own stem cells. Okay, so the novelty really resides in a combination of the material composition and a process by which porosity is added. So you have essentially a bioactive glass of a particular composition, which makes it possible to process for porosity. And you have the process, which is again optimized so that it works with this particular bioactive glass composition. So the composition and the processing is what leads novelty when it comes to this particular technology. Okay. So, and this is just, a snapshot of the results. So this is the material that we've developed, and we've carried out extensive testing on all the way up to the animal trial phase, up to the animal studies phase, where we are basically, and now we're just starting off with our pilot stage human clinical trials for this material. This is a snapshot of results where we've shown, for example, how cells basically are growing and adhering to the material surface via SEM images or confocal laser scanning images. We have some quantitative data where we've compared how cell proliferation occurs on our product versus BioOS, which is which is the global market leader in this, in the dental bone grafts market. And you can see there's a very significant difference across all time points. So these are all results that make this very exciting for us as a technology, and we know that we're on the right track. So we've developed the material, we've demonstrated proof of concept. This technology has been patented in India, and there are 4 patents pending in the US, EU, China, and South Korea. We have preclinical validation complete with regulatory test licenses in place. We have received approval to commence our clinical trial, and we'll be carrying out a pilot clinical trial this year, followed by a pivotal multi-center clinical trial in 2022. Launch is then scheduled in 2023 after these trials are complete. I'm just showing you a snapshot of the partners who would work with us throughout all of this across preclinical research, clinical research, manufacturing, as well as incubation and grant funding. This is a combination of government entities as well as private entities that have worked with us. So I'll briefly talk about the India-Korea Joint R&D program and what really excites us about this collaboration that we're starting off with. So the project that we're working on is next generation bone regeneration technologies that are based on OCP and bioactive glass, where the partners are Synthera, Hoodins, and KAIST GCC. This is a 2-year project. Now, I think the objectives and the milestones have been talked about briefly by Jonathan in the earlier presentation. I think what I would sort of focus on is just what's so interesting about this project for us. Oh, sorry, I think I'm having a little trouble with my screen, but I think we're at the end of the presentation anyway, so we're okay. Yeah, I'm back. Good. So what really interests us about this this partnership is the fact that you have two companies here who have developed two really interesting technologies: bioactive glass with gel casting on our side, and OCP with the processing methodologies followed by Hoodins, and that have been developed by Hoodins. And we're really looking to see how we can combine these two technologies to create, what are potentially super materials that can yield quicker bone healing, better quality bone, and really sort of change the whole dynamics of the dental bone grafting segment. We've already understood what the market is like. We've understood how big it is and how fast and how it's quickly accelerating year on year. And we see that this is an opportunity for us to really bring in a world-leading technology through combination of two, two materials with well-proven character, with well-proven performance. So finally, just an idea about the commercialization plan, where the idea is to enter into definitive agreements post POC, where different aspects will be considered. I think what benefits this brings is that from the Indian perspective, we look at easy availability and affordable prices. And this is something that co-development between Korea and India definitely can do. Social impact-wise, for a country like India, where lack of availability and prohibitively high pricing, where these are major issues, this has the potential to bring in major social impact, where the beneficiaries, include aged people, include oral cancer survivors, children with congenital deformities, all very large numbers of people in India who fall in these categories. So these are all beneficiaries for this kind of technology. And this is what really excites us about this partnership between the three entities, Synthera, Hoodins, and KAIST. And we really look forward to seeing how this partnership develops, and how we're able to come up with technologies that can really revolutionize bone grafting. So thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation, and it's been lovely to talk to all of you about who we are, what we do, and what we intend to do with Hoodins and with KAIST. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It's very much interesting or much informative. And before accepting the question from the floor, I have very short questions. In the management textbook, strategic alliance is one of the most important topic. Two different companies can cooperate together because they can utilize other companies' resource, which they don't have, or they can cooperate together because they can leverage their existing capability. My question is, both parties, my question is, why do you love each other?
So who goes first? Should I go first?
Would you please go ahead?
I think, Dr. Lino, you can go first. I will answer upon hearing you.
Right, thank you. Sure, I'll do that. So why do we love each other? I think, so for us, the love affair, so to speak, is on different levels. I think number one is what we feel about Korea as an ecosystem. Korea is amongst the most advanced dentistry ecosystems in the world. Okay, and with a lot of world-class companies that are coming up with world-class technologies. Okay, so this really interests us. I have a reasonably long relationship with Korea through my PhD days, because my professor was he was a visiting lecturer at Dankook University, and we had an ongoing partnership over there. He still does, and so we've understood. I've understood since that time just what is achievable through partnerships with Korean companies, with partnerships with Korean universities. So this is one part of it, of what really interests us about this partnership. The other thing is about Hoodens. I think Hoodens is a very exciting company in the sense that they've sort of risen from humble roots as an R&D entity and have really sort of grown and grown and grown as a manufacturing entity and as a marketing and commercialization company with an international footprint. And this is something that we really feel that we can leverage as well, because there's so much that we can learn from Hoodens about manufacturing, about R&D, manufacturing, commercialization. And this sort of partnership offers us the perfect opportunity to do that. So so it's as I said, it's on two levels. One is, of course, Hoodens and what we really like about them, and the other thing is what we like about the Korean ecosystem as a whole. And I think that's and both aspects really make us excited about about the journey ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. It's your time.
Well, I'm just going to make it very simple. This is the first time we have ever encountered coming into a partnership without seeing each other. We built this relationship just through Zoom. This is a very hard time for all of us, I know, especially for global business markets, especially when it comes for a R&D partnerships. We are sharing each other's the most valuable technologies, and we didn't see each other once. But I'm just more astonished and surprised that we came this far. And the most important aspect that I want to value Dr. Nile is his enthusiasm and energy. So I think that's the key factor that we were able to come this far.
Thank you. Stupid questions, clever answers. Okay, I have a request from Zoom attendee. I try to connect Zoom attendees for the questions, comment. Okay, do you have any questions? Dr. Hyun?
네, 질문 드려도 될까요?
Yes.
네, 카이스트 현병합니다. 잘 들리십니까? 조나단 대표님께 질문을 드리고 싶은데요. 아마 지금 인도 시장이 굉장히 크고 좀 인도 회사하고 같이 이 공동 연구를 통해서 진출하시는 건 좋은 것 같습니다. 혹시 중국 시장도 상당히 큰 것 같은데 중국 시장에 대한 뭐 진출 실제나 계획 같은 게 있나요? 혹시 아무래도 국가 인정 부분도 있을 건데 그런 부분들에서 어떤 방안이 있나요?
한국말로 대답하는 건가요? 한국말로.
예.
중국 같은 경우는 이제 모든 의료기기 회사들이 가지고 있는 가장 인허가적인 부분의 문제가 큽니다. 근데 이제 저희 회사 같은 경우는 좀 운이 좋은 편이 이제 사천성 쪽에 공장을 저희가 이게 짓게 되면서 그 조인트 공장 제조 시설을 통해서 저희가 인허가를 지금 현재 진행을 하려고 하고 있고요. 중국 시장 같은 경우는 당연히 뭐 전 세계에서 가장 크게 빠르게 진화하고 있는 시장이다 보니 저희도 그쪽에 좀 집중을 많이 하고 움직일 계획을 가지고 있는 상황입니다.
Okay, any other question, comment? Dr. Pryor?
Can I have one small question?
Go ahead.
Am I audible? Is it okay?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. I can hear you. Yes. Actually, first part was already covered. Actually, I was trying to borrow your, Professor Park, your idea of why do they love each other. I really like that because one company is just coming up with a startup and developing a very good technology, R&D technology from India, and other company which is like already having several product lines. So just wanted to know, and they have explained a little bit. I just want to request them if they have anything in mind, like how further they can cooperate? Like, do they see any cooperation happening or possibilities other than joint R&D? Other areas of cooperation, if they can highlight, they can think of. And another question is especially for Mr. Jonathan. In your presentation, you mentioned about India being the fastest, very fast growing large market at this moment. And you also showed us that you have a significant market share coming from Indian market in terms of your international business. And currently, what I have observed that India, the general Indian market is somehow strongly backed by Make in India, by the government for Make in India. So how do you, what are your ideas for increasing your penetration in Indian market?
Okay.
Is it clear? Do you have any intention for manufacturing base, setting up manufacturing base in India, because India has been your significant market?
Well, we don't have any solid plan yet, but as I said earlier regarding our Chinese joint manufacturing site as a factory in China, we could try to, I guess, consider in a very gravity-based mindset with our executive officers to see whether we can really cooperate with Synthera in expanding our manufacturing site in India. Yeah, it is a very big and fast-growing market. It's a very critical part, especially when it comes to our global sales proportion. I think we can further expand our ways to penetrate into India market by having some sort of joint manufacturing sites in India as well.
Okay. Nilay, do you have any comments about? Do you want to reply?
Yeah, I mean, I think the R&D side is something that, yes, we have kicked off, and there's a lot of work that will happen over the next 2 years. But for us, we see partnerships like these in a larger from a larger strategic perspective. I think manufacturing is a key aspect of the success of a technology like this, and India as a manufacturing destination is getting better and better all the time. A lot of initiatives from the government are coming through. There's a lot of encouraging signs from the government to try and encourage and to try and get more and more manufacturing on the high tech side to come into to sort of get established in India. So something like dentistry is high tech, something like dental biomaterials is high tech, bone grafts is very high tech. So there's a lot of interest in doing this kind of manufacturing activity in India. So we see definite potential. It's really for the partners to figure out, okay, how this can how the partnership can expand into manufacturing and then sales. But the opportunities do exist. So we're more than happy to explore.
Okay, thank you so much, Nilay and Jonathan. Thank you so much for your excellent presentation. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the third case. We move to Spain, Europe. We invite Carmen Magrelli Villa. She is head of international development, Eurocat. Carmen, are you there?
Yes, hello. Thank you. Good
Okay.
afternoon, everybody. I'm trying to share my screen.
Sure.
Okay, can you see now?
No, I can see your slide.
Can you see now my slide?
No.
No? Let me check.
Is it okay? Yeah, okay.
Yes, it's okay now? Okay, perfect. So Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mari Carmen Margeli, and I'm in charge of international cooperation in the Technological Center EURECAT. I like, first of all, to thank the organizers of this meeting, the Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, for inviting me today to talk about how EURECAT, a technological center in Europe, work with companies to promote innovation and to promote innovation oriented to the market. I also want to thank the rest of the speakers of this session for all the very interesting technologies they have presented, because I have seen a lot of possibilities to collaborate. So I hope that in the near future we can collaborate in some projects or in some other experience. Let me introduce EURECAT. EURECAT is a technological center. We are based in Catalonia, in the northeast of Spain. And our main mission is to help companies to innovate, to be more competitive with technology transfer. So we like to say that we are like a bridge between the research world and the market world. We collaborate with a lot of companies, a lot of universities and technological centers from a research point of view. And our role as technological center is to transform this research into innovative products and services with impact into the market. So most part of the research we do in EURECAT is applied research, and is research that answers to the needs of the companies, to the needs of the market. I have one video, I promise a very short video, that summarizes very well what's EURECAT, and what are our main activities. Okay, so I think this video summarizes very well our main mission and activities. As you can see, we are a technological center, and our main mission is to help companies, especially small and medium-sized companies, to innovate and to be more competitive. Here in this slide, you have some figures and some facts about EURECAT. Our turnover in 2020 was around 50 million euros. We have 1,600 customers, national and international customers. We work with national and international companies. 50% of these companies are small and medium size, because these type of companies are companies with a lot of problems to innovate. So where the role of a technological center is important to help this size of company. We have 650 professionals working in EURECAT. 21% of them hold a PhD grade. And we are very active in European projects. In Spain, we are the fourth private organization in terms of funding from Horizon 2020. And we also participate in a lot of initiatives as Digital Innovation Hubs and Open Innovation Test Beds promoted by the European Commission. Our secret is our team, and one of our main assets. We have a team very oriented to market results and very oriented to fulfill the needs of our customers. And the combination of the expertise and profiles of our team allow us to face complex challenges that are the challenges that have to face our companies. From a technological point of view, we are organized, we are multi-technological, we are a multi-sector, let me say, research organization. And as you can see in the slide, we have 4 main pillars or 4 main divisions. First one is the industrial division, where we work with advanced materials, functional printing, innovation and product development, or robotics, among others. We have a second division of digital technologies, where we work with big data, cybersecurity, multimedia technologies, or artificial intelligence. Our third division is biotechnology division, where we work with nutrition and health and genomic science. And last one is our sustainability division. This division have a lot of connections with the other divisions. And here we work with water, with energy, batteries, and waste, among others. To face the world challenges, we are specialized, and we want to be a reference from a world level in 7 big areas that we have select as our areas of specialization. These areas where we are searching collaborations worldwide are water technology, medical devices, personalized nutrition, functional polymers, artificial intelligence focus on industry applications, lightweight materials, and advanced robotics. These are the main areas where we focus our research and where we are open to collaborate with partners around the world. To help companies to innovate and to be more competitive, we have more than 35 laboratories. For example, you can see here in the slide, we have the Southern Europe's largest pilot plant for new technologies in plastic transformation. And we have also a Genomic Science Center that is recognized as the unique scientific and technological laboratory in Spain. And we are considered for the European Commission as a key technology center, thanks to our close collaboration with SMEs and thanks also our market-oriented research and innovation activities. Here, I have included some real examples of projects that we are doing with companies. Some of them are from Europe, some of them are from Spain. Here in the first example, you can see an example of a project where we are collaborating with the Barcelona Metropolitan Transport Authority. Here in this project, the idea is to identify different models of transport from the mobile phone data of public transport users. This is also a very interesting initiative we are working, pushing from Eurecat, TIDAI. TIDAI is the Center of Innovation for Data Tech and Artificial Intelligence. It's a public-private partnership association promoted by the Catalan government that tries to follow the philosophy of Digital Innovation Hub. So from TIDAI, we provide services to companies to help them test before invest. So we want to make sure that companies use artificial intelligence in a better way before making any investment. We also offer in TIDAI training, and we also do a lot of dissemination activities to spread the artificial intelligence capabilities among companies, administration, and society. Another example of project we are working now in Eurecat is Deep Learning project. Here in this project, we apply deep learning to analyze medical image to early identify lung cancer tumors and see how they grow. The health sector, it's a very important sector in Spain, and we have a lot of technologies, we have a lot of development addressed to this sector. Here is a totally different example. I try to present today different examples from different sectors. This is a Sesame project. In this project, we want to develop Industry 4.0 solutions to digitalize the manufacturing of the new European launcher Ariane 6, with the aim to exploit the data of the process to ensure and guarantee the traceability and quality of the manufactured launchers. Here you have also another example of advanced manufacturing projects. This is a project called ShareWork, where here we develop human-robot collaboration. And in this project, we develop a system with the capacity of understanding the environment and predict also human actions by using artificial intelligence and process data in an environment with a lot of security for the human. So we work a lot with artificial intelligence because it's one of the areas we want to promote also in Eurecat. Another example of projects that we are now working on is Proceed. In this project that we start last summer in the mid of the pandemic. And in this project, we use artificial intelligence to better manage the evolution and use of resources in pandemic situations. Here you have another example. This is Next Gym project. We are very happy in this project because we have the collaboration of water companies, industry, specialized SMEs, applied research institutes, and city and regional authorities to promote circular economy practices to water worldwide. And this is also an example of project where we apply new deep energy renovation processes and methodologies to improve the energy performance and renovation of buildings. And the last example, because we have a lot of projects, we have now we are managing 160 international projects, and I tried to select some of them to give you an idea of the research we are doing in Eurecat. And last one is Marvel project. This is a very innovative and competitive project where we develop batteries to increase energy density and shorter recharging times. And here, in all the projects that we have in Eurecat, we collaborate with technological centers, we collaborate with universities, we collaborate also with companies around the world. But we are especially happy with the collaboration with companies. And a really good example of this collaboration is Massage. Massage is a company that collaborates with Eurecat to create products that improve the quality of people's life through better mobility. And in the following video, we explain how Massage collaborate with Eurecat. Let me see if I can. Okay, I think perhaps it's a problem or, hello? Yes? Yes? Ah, you can see the audio of the video. Ah, you can, okay. So, sorry. Sorry. Someone advised me that you can see the video, but you can hear the video. Okay, okay, I try to. Can you hear, can you see now my screen?
Yes, we can see the screen, yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, so I try now again. Okay. I especially like that you see this video because in this video, the company Massage, a Spanish company, explains the collaboration with a technological center as Eurecat. I hope you can see and hear well. Can you hear? Can you hear well?
We can see slide about the audio, some problem in audio.
Hear the... Yes, now? Can you hear the video now?
We have some problem in audio signal. The technician is discussing how to solve it. Try again? Yes, yes.
I think we have some problems.
Carmen?
Yes? Sorry, I can, what I can do is to, okay. Okay, it's a pity because I like to share with you this experience. Perhaps I try now again and if, okay. I try one more time.
Okay.
Now it's okay?
No, I can't. We can see the slide. Would you go on without voice?
You can hear, no?
Yes, please.
Okay, okay, doesn't matter. I can send you the information, and then you can share the information with the the people attending the meeting. I think perhaps
Okay.
it's better if I continue with the presentation, no?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this was only an example of a company, of a Catalan company that explaining what's the experience with the collaboration with a technological center as Eurecat. Thanks to this collaboration, they can develop new technologies that now they are commercializing in the market. And thanks also to these technologies developed with the collaboration of Eurecat, they can access to new markets. Regarding international cooperation, no? I'm in charge of international cooperation in Eurecat, and when we talk about international cooperation, we have three main objectives. First one is to facilitate companies the access to international market with innovative and market-oriented technologies and products, as the example of the company Massage. The second one of our objectives when we talk about international cooperation is to promote research and innovation partnerships around the world. And the third one is to commercialize our portfolio of technologies and services. Especially, we are very active in international tenders from multilateral organizations like, for example, the World Bank or United Nations, and also with innovation national and international programs. This slide summarizes very well what is our main international activity right now at Eurecat. No? So you can see that we are very active in the Latin American market. We have our headquarters for Latin America in Santiago de Chile, and we have also a network of collaborators in Colombia, Peru, Mexico, covering all the Pacific Alliance countries. In the States, we collaborate with the delegation of Acció. Acció is our Catalan innovation agency, and we collaborate with the delegation of Acció in Washington. And in Europe, we are very active in Horizon Europe and Green Deal programs. You know that these are the programs promoted by the European Commission to promote research in Europe. And thanks to these projects, we have a very strong network of research and innovation partners. In Australia, we have signed an agreement with the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology to share ideas and technologies, as well as to exchange students and researchers. And on the African continent, I want to highlight the collaboration with the Association of Chambers of Commerce from the south of the Mediterranean. And we also organized this year in November Cassandra Conference, that is the major international conference about climate change, gender, and migration in the Mediterranean. On the Asian continent, we have some partners, as you will see later on my presentation, in South Korea and Singapore. And these are markets that we want to promote, and perhaps in a near future to have also our headquarters also in South Korea. I try also to summarize, and I finish my presentation with this information. What's the cooperation? We are really interested to promote the cooperation between Eurecat and technological centers, universities, and companies in South Korea. As you know, there are a lot of agreements, and there is an intention to promote the collaboration in different methods, especially in research and innovation between Spain and Korea. And we have started the collaboration with South Korea with some examples I have included on my presentation. One example of the collaboration between Eurecat and South Korea is Patother project, where we collaborate in this project with the Korean Institute of Science and Technology, and also with the Korean company Sundosoft. And this is a very interesting project where we develop innovative technologies with the aim to give a response to pathogen contamination emergencies. Another example of collaboration with Korean partners is also the collaboration with Hyundai company. We have developed with this company a project to avoid corrosion in automotive components. And in this slide, you can see a picture of the visit of the members of Hyundai to EURECAT facilities in Manresa. And also researchers of EURECAT travel also to Hyundai facilities in South Korea. I'm very happy also to share and to present today to have in our team working in EURECAT the researcher June Seok Choi is working with us for 2 years. He comes from the Korean Institute of Civil Engineering and Building Technology, and June will be working with us in EURECAT for 2 years, thanks to TechnioSpring program. This is a program that promotes the exchange of researchers between Catalonia and some countries. And the aim is of the collaboration with June is to promote technologies linked to water. We also participate in the seminar organized by the Spanish Innovation Agency, CDTI, and the Korean Institute of Information and Communication Technologies Planning and Evaluation about artificial intelligence. They organized this seminar 1 month ago. And we also have been invited by the Korean Embassy to visit the Korean Pavilion in the Mobile World Congress, where we have the opportunity to know and to talk with Korean big data and artificial intelligence companies. So, what are the main objectives we are searching in the cooperation between EURECAT and South Korea? First one of our objectives is to promote the collaboration with Korean technological centers and universities. We are really interested to promote the development of R&D and innovation projects. As one of my colleagues have mentioned in the presentation, Korea is one of the most advanced countries in the world from an innovation point of view, and we are interested to promote this collaboration. We are also interested to promote the exchange of researchers, like junior researchers that we have working now in EURECAT. We are also interested to organize scientific and technological seminars, to join education programs, and also to use laboratory facilities for specific projects. We also are very interested to promote the collaboration between Catalan and Korean companies. For instance, now we are working in a project of water that we want to submit to the next Eureka call, where we have the collaboration of a Spanish company and also the collaboration of a Korean company. And we would like to better know the Korean ecosystem. We are planning to visit South Korea by the beginning 2022, probably on February, and to have the possibility to meet with technological centers, Korean companies and universities interested to collaborate with EURECAT. So that's my presentation. It's a pity because you can hear the video, but perhaps I can send you the videos and you can exchange the videos with the people interested, or you can send me an email. And thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, muchas gracias. We have one special guest for Korean-Spanish cooperation. Rogers, he is currently KAIST ITTP PhD program. Also, he is working for Spanish Chamber in Korea. Do you have any short comments about?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction, and I think we have very good panelists waiting, so I will be very short. I think we were talking today about all these bilateral funding programs that we have. We mentioned about the bilateral programs between India and Korea, and I want to highlight also the opportunities we have between Spain, Korea, or even Europe and Korea. So one of the difficulties we have is to find the right partners. So I just wonder where would be the best way to filter the technology needs of EURECAT and how we can contact and how we can start a collaboration project. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Roger, for your question. We have a lot of information about our research lines, services, and projects in our website. You can go to our website that it's www.eurecat.org. Or if you have any particular interest, you can also directly contact me by mail. My idea today is to express our intention, our interest to collaborate with partners from South Korea. So we are really interested and really open to this collaboration. And we have different instruments. We have some instruments, for example, Technospring programs that promotes the exchange of researchers. We have also some bilateral programs from the Catalan and the Spanish Innovation Agency that promotes this type of collaboration, a collaboration between a Spanish and between a Korean company, and then we can participate as a subcontractor of the companies. So these are very interesting projects because they promote innovation and R&D projects very market-oriented. So for this reason, for us are a very interesting tool. So if someone is interested to collaborate with us, you can send me an email and you can also visit our website.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our schedule is behind. Now it's time to conclude the first part of session 6. From this session, I realized that for the global technology commercialization process, one of the most important factor is trust between global partners. Without trust between global partners, it is very difficult to realize synergy during the process. From 3 cases we discussed today, I hopefully all the attendees may get some insight and implication for your future business. I really appreciate for the excellent presentation and active participation. Please give a big hand for the first part of session 6. We will continue the second part of session 6, panel discussion. Don't go away. Okay, I move. Okay, 이제 I will speak in Korean. 자, 이 세션에서는 5분의 전문가를 모셨습니다. 제 옆에 앉아 계신 분이 이창식 이사님이죠. 주식회사 SPSS, 그 무선 충전 주로 제품을 개발하는 그 회사입니다. 그 다음 앉아 계신 분이 주식회사 eFlow의 윤수환 대표님입니다. 세 번째 앉아 계신 분이 카이스트의 ITTP 프로그램을 맡고 있는 한성은 교수님입니다. 네 번째 앉아 계신 분은 연구개발특구진흥재단 이 프로젝트를 진행하고 있는 그 정부 기관이죠. 박후근 팀장입니다. 한 분은 지금 온라인으로 참석을 하고 계십니다. 윤기동 박사입니다. 에너지기술연구원입니다. 윤기동 박사, 반갑습니다. 바쁘신데도 참석해주셔서 고맙습니다. 진행이 조금 늦어서 죄송합니다. 두 번째 세션에서는 지금 지난 1년 반 동안 코로나 바이러스로 굉장히 글로벌 사업부가 여러 가지 어려움을 많이 겪게 됐습니다. 그 어려움들을 이야기를 해보고자 합니다. 기업에서 2분 모셨고 교육기관에서 1분 모셨고 그리고 원천기술을 개발하는 에너지기술연구원의 한 분을 모시고, 그리고 이 사업을 주관하고 있는 정부를 대표해서 덕구진흥재단에서 한 분을 모셨습니다. 일단 각 입장에서 한 5분 정도 이 지난 1년 반 동안의 프로세스를 조금 리뷰하면서 이야기를 조금 주시면 좋겠습니다. 먼저 이장식 이사님.
네네. 네, 안녕하십니까. 저희 회사 같은 경우는 소재 부품 분야의 신기술을 가지고 상용화를 위해서 계속 일을 해오고 있고요. 코비드-19가 시작되기 전에는 그 해외 전시회, 그 다음에 해외 출장 상당히 많이 다녔습니다. 그래서 지역으로는 유럽하고 미국, 아시아에서는 일본, 홍콩 이런 지역을 위주로 주요 전시회하고 출장을 해마다 많이 다녔고요. 이런 활동들을 통해서 사실 이제 실제적인 프로젝트도 생기고 그 매출에 연결도 되고 성장을 좀씩 하고 있었습니다. 근데 아시다시피 작년 초에 코비드-19가 발생하면서부터 이런 활동들이 전면 중단이 되고 아무것도 할 수 있는 게 없더라고요. 그래서 난감하고 답답하긴 한데 따로 할 수 있는 건 없고 그냥 이게 곧 끝나겠지 이런 상황이 하면서 기다리는 정도밖에 할 수가 없었습니다. 처음에. 근데 이런 시간이 가면서 다행히 특구 기업들 지원할 수 있는 그런 프로그램들이 좀 제시가 됐고 저희도 이 프로그램에 참여해서 시도를 했었고요. 지금도 일부 하고 있습니다. 결과는 아직 이렇게 딱히 눈에 보이는 게 아직 없는 상황이고요. 그래서 한 횟수로 벌써 2년째인데 이 상황이 이렇게 제한된 상황에서 할 수 있는 일들만 하다 보니까 또 어려움도 많지만 또 나름 또 좋다고 표현할 수는 없지만 또 그런 좋은 점도 있더라고요. 이렇게 말씀드리면 기존의 코비드-19 전에 이미 이제 관계가 형성된 고객하고는 이런 상황에서도 굉장히 문제없이 잘 진행이 되더라고요. 그래서 그 온라인 미팅 툴들을 여러 가지가 나와 있는 걸 활용해서 신제품 개발도 하고 미팅도 계속 이어지고 그런 일들을 계속 해 나갔는데 예상외로 전혀 문제가 없더라고요. 또 부수적으로는 그동안 해외 출장이나 어떤 이런 만남을 위한 어떤 그런 시간들과 비용들이 또 없다 보니까 비용도 사실 많이 세이브 되는 장점도 있었고요. 그래서 기존 고객들하고의 관계나 비즈니스를 계속 이어가는 것들에서는 굉장히 또 어떤 면으로는 좋은 점이 효과적인 면이 있었는데 반대로 새로운 고객을 찾고 새로운 일들을 찾는 그런 측면에서는 정말 어려웠습니다. 그래서 그전에 해오던 그런 활동들을 전혀 할 수가 없다 보니까 이 기간 동안에 정말로 순수한 의미의 새로운 업체들을 만나고 기회들을 찾는 것들은 굉장히 제한되고 힘들었습니다. 그래서 아무래도 이 사람과 사람이 만나서 실물을 보면서 질문도 하고 논의도 하고 이런 과정 중에서 이렇게 서로 교감이 생기고 이게 이런 거구나. 우리가 이 회사하고 같이 이 기술하고 이런 제품들 같이 하면 좋겠구나. 이런 것들이 이제 생기면서 진짜 일들이 시작되는 건데 이런 기회들이 다 차단되다 보니까 굉장히 좀 어려웠죠. 그래서 오늘 이 시간 동안에 이런 상황에서 어떤 것들을 또 새로 생각하고 시도할 수 있을지 그런 기회를 찾는 그런 기회가 됐으면 좋겠습니다. 소주제에 다른 것들이 또 있을 때 어떤 것들이 좋은지 어떤 방법이 좋을지 또 추가로 말씀드리겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 감사합니다. 지난 1년 반 동안의 그 어려움을 전반적으로 말씀해 주셨습니다. 두 번째는 또 그 기업에서 오신 주식회사 이플로의 윤수환 대표님 말씀을 듣습니다. 주식회사 이플로는 수소 자전거를 가지고 글로벌 마켓을 타겟해서 지금 사업을 진행 중입니다. 윤 대표님.
네, 안녕하세요. 이플로 윤수환입니다. 우리가 힘들 때마다 이런 이야기들을 많이 하잖아요. 위기는 기회다라는 말을 하는데 저희가 처음 시작할 때 사업은 전기 자전거에 들어가는 엔진을 개발을 해서 준비를 해서 진행을 해오고 있었어요. 그리고 아시다시피 앞에 대표님도 말씀하셨다시피 이런 팬데믹이 오면서 세계적으로 되게 힘들어졌는데 오히려 저희들한테는 새로운 기회가 왔어요. 그게 뭐냐면 각 나라별로 봉쇄가 이루어지고 서로 간의 어떤 교류도 좀 못 가고 대중교통들이 이렇게 멈추고 이러면서 오히려 퍼스널 모빌리티 시장은 유럽을 중심으로 해서 굉장히 크게 지금 확장이 됐어요. 어느 정도 확장이 되냐면 기존에 생산 공급하던 회사들이 이미 벌써 가지고 있는 캐패시티를 다 해도 올해 수요처의 50%밖에 공급을 하지 못하는 그런 지금 유럽 시장 상황이 지금 있거든요. 이제 그런 걸 저희들도 이제 겪으면서 좀 많이 느꼈던 거는 뭐냐면 일단 입장은 다 똑같더라고요. 한국도 똑같고 유럽도 똑같고 미주도 똑같고. 그럼 여기서 우리가 어떻게 극복을 할 거냐라고 저는 생각을 좀 해봤는데 생각을 저희들은 거꾸로 좀 한번 해봤어요. 내가 힘들면 다른 사람들도 힘들겠다. 그리고 유럽에 있는 많은 회사도 수요나 공급 업체들도 되게 힘들겠다. 그럼 서로 다들 어떻게든 돌파구를 찾으려고 노력을 하니까 그래서 저는 저 나름대로 방법을 선택한 거는 저희와 비슷한 업체들의 사이트들을 찾아서 연락처를 구한 다음에 전화도 한번 돌려보고 이메일도 돌려보면서 우리 당신이 나의 수요이면서 당신이 나의 고객일 수도 있겠다 이런 생각으로 계속 접근을 좀 해봤어요. 해보니까 의외로 새로운 돌파구가 찾아졌고 그래서 유럽 시장을 지금은 친환경 쪽으로 접근을 하면서 원래는 이제 모터를 시작했다가 지금은 이제 수소연료 전기 자전거를 플러스해서 지금은 플랫폼 쪽으로까지 확대해가는 그런 상황이거든요. 뭐 어쨌든 지금 이런 어려운 상황에서 다들 어렵다고들 하는 거는 저도 똑같은데요. 일단 자신감을 갖고 우리 제품이 언제든지 어디서든지 충분하게 고객들한테 만족시킬 수 있는 제품이 될 수 있다 자신감을 가지고 그리고 또 한 가지는 말씀드렸다시피 우리만 힘든 것이 아니라 상대방도 힘들고 근데 우리 사람들은 다 그대로 살고 있잖아요. 10년 전이나 지금이나 다 모두 다 어떤 제품이 필요하고 수요와 공급이 있는 거고 그래서 저는 오히려 이번 기회에 조금 더 우리가 필요한 그 고객들한테 좀 더 가까이 다가가서 오늘 같은 행사도 보면 저는 이 행사를 보면서 뭔 생각을 했냐면 아 오늘 여기 나와 있는 세션에 발표한 그 강의하시는 분들이 나의 고객이 될 수 있겠구나 또한 내가 그 사람들의 고객이 될 수 있거나 하는 식으로 접근을 하면 지금 조금 어렵지만 우리가 버텨나가서 정말 이 모든 것들이 다 해결이 됐을 때 우리 그런 말도 하잖아요. 준비된 자만이 성공할 수 있다. 그래서 지금은 조금 더 그런 식으로 준비를 해서 정말 이 팬데믹이 끝나고 예전으로 돌아갔을 때 우리가 정말 준비된 기업이 돼서 세계 시장으로 나가는 그런 준비를 해보고 싶고 힘든 다른 분들도 같이 해서 이 길을 잘 돌파했으면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
예, 그 기업 경영은 일종의 아트라고 그러는데요. 우리 윤선 대표님은 위기를 기회로 바꾸는 그런 아주 그 발상의 전환을 가지고 이 어려움을 극복하고 있는 것 같습니다. 세 번째 말씀하실 분은 한성원 교수님인데 한성원 교수님은 그 카이스트의 ITTP 프로그램을 운영하고 있습니다. 그 ITTP 프로그램은 개도국이나 신흥국의 주로 공무원들이 한국에 와서 카이스트에서 석박사 과정을 하는 프로그램입니다. 그래서 지금까지 그 졸업생들을 보면 50개, 60개 국가의 그 졸업생들이 사실 한국 기업들이 그 나라에 진출하게 되면 에이전트로서 역할을 해주는 굉장히 글로벌 네트워크의 리소스가 굉장히 그 귀한 그런 자원을 보유하고 있습니다. 우리 한성 교수님 말씀을 듣겠습니다.
예, 안녕하세요. 방금 소개받은 한승헌입니다. 방금 박 교수님께서 소개해 주신 대로 저는 저희 학생들이 개도국이나 신흥국에서 온 공무원들의 학생들이 저희 학교에 와서 공부를 할 뿐만 아니라 저런 나라의 기업들이 그 나라에 진출할 때 굉장히 많은 도움을 주려고 노력을 하고 있습니다. 그러다 보니까 그 에이전트로서의 역할을 하고 있는데 거기서 이제 옆에서 도움을 주면서 기업의 입장, 우리나라 해외를 진출하려는 기업의 입장에서 그 기업들을 또 서포트하는 여기 특구 재단과 같은 그런 정부 기관의 입장에서 그런 것들을 제 3자의 입장에서 보게 되어서 그 경험을 그냥 간단하게 제가 느낀 것을 말씀드리려고 합니다. 먼저 이 해외 사업화라는 것은 굉장히 리스크가 큰 사업입니다. 하이 리스크고요. 그 다음에 이것을 굉장히 단기적으로 보면 안 될 것 같고 굉장히 장기적으로 투자를 해야 되는 그런 사업입니다. 하이 리스크란 얘기는 투자를 해도 금방 실패할 확률이 높고요. 장기 투자로 봐야 된다는 얘기는 실패를 하더라도 다시 그 장기적인 관점에서 그 나라의 관계를 잘 유지하면서 그 롱텀 비전을 가지고 그 투자를 해야 되는 그런 사업적 성격이 있습니다. 그렇게 봤을 때 제가 옆에서 보았을 때 기업을 하시는 분들이나 보면은 이제 이것들을 학생들하고 일을 하다 보면 이거 잘 안 되는데 역시 저 나라는 안 돼. 그러고선 이제 금방 사업을 접는 경우가 많이 있었고요. 그다음에 이제 옆에서 서포트를 해주시는 여러 연구기관들에서도 저희는 서포트를 좀 피저빌리티 스터디 같은 거 서포트를 받았는데 그런 부분에서 좀 받았다가도 이거는 조금 서포트를 하다가 금방 이제 그 단기적인 성격으로 끝나고 마는 그런 경험들을 많이 했습니다. 그래서 저희가 봤을 때는 특히 이제 그러다 보면 이제 코비드 19이 생기면서 저희가 좀 더 힘들어졌는데 저희는 항상 그 파트너들을 연결하면서 항상 하는 이야기가 작은 거부터 A부터 Z까지 무언가 하나를 처음부터 끝까지 해보는 거를 하자라는 거를 추천을 합니다. 코비드 19뿐만 아니라 그 코비드 19 때문뿐만도 아니고요. 이 해외 사업을 하는데 그게 굉장히 중요하다고 생각을 했고요. 그렇게 하다 보면 서로 관계가 쌓이고 그렇게 하다 보면 이제 롱텀 투자가 가능해지고 그렇다면 그렇게 하다 보면 이 해외 사업하라는 어려운 가장 그 하이 리스크고 롱텀 투자를 해야 되는 그 어려운 부분들을 조금씩 해결해 나갈 수 있게 됩니다. 그러면 그럼 A부터 Z까지 할 수 있는 무언가를 하기 위해서는 무엇이 필요할까요? 그러면 이 양국 간의 수요 매치가 굉장히 중요합니다. 특히 이 개도국 같은 경우는 어떤 테크놀로지가 있는지 잘 모릅니다. 그래서 저희가 테크놀로지 푸시라는 관점에서 저희 접근을 해야 될지 아니면 그 나라에 있는 디맨드 풀이라는 관점에서 그 나라에 있는 디맨드를 어떻게 찾아서 저희가 접근을 해야 될지 굉장히 어디가 옵티멀 포인트인지 서로 찾기가 굉장히 어렵습니다. 그런 관점에서 봤을 때 진해 보면 그 여러 가지 그 사업화를 학생들과 진행하다 보면 역시 학생들이 어떤 기술이 있는지 없는지를 모르는 경우들이 많이 있었어요. 그래서 테크놀로지 푸시가 굉장히 중요합니다. 그래서 어떤 기술이 있으니까 이런 것들을 잘 할 수 있다라는 것을 학생들에게 그리고 그 나라에 알리면은 굉장히 해외 사업화의 성공률이 굉장히 높아집니다. 그러기 위해서는 결국 저희가 코비드 19이니까 뭔가 플랫폼이 필요한데 그 플랫폼을 활용하기 위해서 저희가 GII 네트워크라고 저희 ITTP에서 운영을 하고 있습니다. 각 나라에 있는 공무원들이나 기관들이 그 GII 네트워크에 등록을 하고 국내에 있는 기업들이 또 그 네트워크에 등록을 합니다. 그런데 이게 생각보다 운영이 쉽지 않습니다. 그렇기 때문에 그런 뭔가 이거를 푸시할 수 있는 그런 시스템이 필요한데 그런 것들은 제가 뭐 여러 가지 사업을 해보고 이 특구에 서베이를 해보고 하면 역시 특구 기관에서 뭔가 주도적으로 역할을 해주시면 그런 것들이 굉장히 도움이 많이 됐습니다. 그래서 여러 가지 사업을 한 결과 저희 느끼는 것은 이런 코비드 19이라는 어려움이 있어도 이게 그 하이 리스크이기 때문에 좀 더 작은 것부터 좀 더 롱텀 비전을 가지고 이 기업들도 어프로치를 하고 저희도 이 돕는 입장에서 어프로치를 하고 특히 이제 특구 기관 같은 곳에서 도움을 많이 주신다면 특히 이제 피저빌리티 스터디 같은 거 도움을 많이 받을 수 있으면 좋겠어요. 저희가 피저빌리티 스터디를 다른 기관들 도움으로 몇 번 해봤는데 그게 하이 리스크다 보니까 성공 확률이 굉장히 낮습니다. 솔직히 지금까지 피저빌리티 스터디 몇 건 했는데 한 번도 성공한 적이 없습니다. 근데 그러면 이제 그 기관들이 한번 했는데 이게 성과가 안 나오니까 바로 그냥 그 사업을 접어버립니다. 그렇게 되면 저희도 이제 더 이상 어떻게 타당성 조사를 피저빌리티 스터디를 할 수 있는 그 루트도 없어지고 그렇기 때문에 그런 관점에서 이제 정부기관에서도 좀 더 롱텀 비전을 가지고 저희들한테 도움을 주시면 저희들이 이 기업들이 해외 사업화를 하는데 좀 더 도움을 받고 사업화를 더 쉽게 잘 할 수 있지 않을까. 특히 이런 코비드 19과 같은 시기에는 그런 도움이 많이 필요하다고 생각을 합니다. 그래서 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 이거는 리스크가 큰 사업이다. 그렇지만 그럼에도 불구하고 좀 더 롱텀 비전을 가지고 투자를 하는 것이 바람직하다라는 것을 느꼈습니다. 네, 이상입니다.
예, 감사합니다. 한 교수님은 IT 프로그램에 많은 개도국 학생들, 신흥국 학생들을 같이 기술 사업을 같이 전개하면서 생겼던 여러 가지 어려움들에 관해서 말씀을 주셨습니다. 네 번째는 우리 온라인으로 연결된 윤기동 박사님입니다. 윤기동 박사님은 에너지기술연구원에 계시고 기술 사업화 전문가입니다. 오늘 아마 코로나 심각해져가지고 에너지기술연구원에서 밖으로 나가지 못하게 해서 온라인으로 부득이 연결했습니다. 윤기동 박사님 말씀 주시죠.
예, 이렇게 온라인으로 만나 뵙게 됐습니다. 윤기동입니다. 원gon에서 나가지 못하게 한다는 것보다 좀 조심하는 게 맞지 않나 싶습니다. 요즘에는. 그래서 그러는 거고요. 양해 부탁드리고요. 잘 들리시죠?
예.
예. 최근에 이제 저희 출연연에서 기술이전 사업화라는 걸 접근하면서 몇 가지 포인트가 생겼어요. 그러니까 패러다임이 좀 변하고 있는 게 있었어요. 그걸 한번 좀 말씀드리면 아마 기업분들이 참고가 되실까 싶습니다. 그 출연연은 뭐 알다시피 기술을 만들어내는 곳이고요. 근데 이쪽에서 만들어준 기술들이 이제 기업으로 넘어가고 그 기업에서 이제 사업을 해서 돈을 벌고 그럼 그 벌어진 돈이 다시 연구개발 자금으로 쓰여서 선순환 구조를 만드는 걸 중점적으로 하고 있는데 최근에는 출연연도 기술의 이전을 통한 사업화 방향에서 한 축이 더 좀 생겼어요. 그러니까 창업을 통한 사업화라고 해서 소위 우리들 이제 창업 사업화 또는 뭐 기업 사업화라는 이름으로 불려지고 있는데요. 이게 왜 이렇게 되고 있냐면 뭐 아시겠지만 글로벌 대기업들이 최근에 소위 그 내부 연구소를 통해서 R&D를 하고 그 R&D 결과물이 이제 미래 성장 동력으로 만들어지고 그래서 사실 그 비즈니스 필드로 나가고 하는 구조가 좀 변하고 있어요. 그런 구조도 일부 있지만 어떤 면이 있냐면 글로벌 탑티어 벤처 캐피탈이나 아니면 자체적인 사내 벤처 캐피탈 또는 CVC라고 하는 것들을 통해서 벤처기업 투자를 좀 늘리고 있어요. 이건 벤처기업을 유망 벤처기업을 발굴하고 투자하고 또는 편입시키고 하는 작업을 좀 하고 있거든요. 이걸 달리 얘기하면 출연연이나 중소벤처기업들이 창업을 통해서 그 대기업들이 갖고 있는 산업계 밸류 체인에 편승을 할 수 있다는 개념의 접근이거든요. 그래서 그네들이 대기업이 갖고 있는 글로벌 네트워크나 자본을 공유하고 그리고 발굴 지원을 좀 수혜를 입어서 편입하는 방향으로 좀 하고 있는 방향이 있어서 그런 것들도 기업의 사업화 또는 어떻게 보면 M&A 시장에 가까울 수도 있죠. 그런 분야를 좀 접근하는 것도 고려해 봐야 된다는 게 한 면이 있고요. 또 하나는 결국 기업에서 출연연은 이제 그 정부 예산을 받아서 R&D를 하는 곳이잖아요. 그래서 국내에 있는 기술사업화 프로그램이나 출연연에 하고 있는 기술사업화 프로그램을 우리 스타트업들이나 중소벤처기업들이 좀 많이 아셔야 돼요. 아시면 아마 활용할 것들이 좀 많이 있습니다. 특히 코로나 이후로 정부에서 뭐 새로운 미래를 대비하자 뭐 이런 이름으로 뭐 민간 중심의 과감한 R&D를 지원하자라는 차원의 접근에 예산이 많이 좀 틀려지고 있어요. 이제 예산이 좀 집중되고 있어요. 뭐 예를 들어서 우리 대전 지역은 특히나 연구개발 특구가 아주 왕성하게 잘 활동하고 있잖아요. 그런 곳에서는 신기술 실증 특례 제도라는 것도 있고 그리고 뭐 지역 기술사업화 협력 플랫폼이라는 프로그램도 있어요. 이런 것들을 통하면 좀 법령상 규제상 어려운 것들을 좀 더 쉽게 접근하게 해주고 그걸 하기 위한 뭐 예를 들어 테스트 자금이라든지 POC 자금 등등을 정부에서 지원하고 출연연을 또 활용해서 그 사업에 참여하는 구조를 만들어놨기 때문에 기업이 좀 적극적으로 참여하고 출연연과의 관계를 좀 더 만들어갈 의지를 갖고 계시면 좀 유리하다는 생각은 좀 하고 있습니다. 예, 이상입니다.
예, 감사합니다. 지금 현재 출연에서 이루어지고 있는 창업 패턴의 변화 그런 것들을 중심으로 말씀을 주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 그 마지막으로는 우리 이런 사업들을 많이 진행하고 계신 연구개발특구진흥재단의 박후건 팀장님 말씀 듣겠습니다.
네, 반갑습니다. 연구개발특구진흥재단 박후건입니다. 일단 앞서서 잠시 말씀 주셨지만 저희 연구개발특구는 대덕 연구에 있는 이제 공공 출연 연구소의 기술을 사업화를 지원을 하는 기관입니다. 그런 그 기술 사업화, 기술 창업의 과정 중에 이제 본투 글로벌이라는 말씀도 있겠지만 거의 이제 끝단에 오는 글로벌 단위를 저희 팀에서는 이제 지원을 하고 있고요. 그런 프로그램에 대해서 이제 한 1년 반 정도 코비드 19으로 인해서 진행했던 그런 소회들에 대해서 간단하게 좀 말씀드리고 다음 주제로 이제 넘어갈까 합니다. 일단 제가 그 글로벌 사업 팀에 온 지가 작년 12월이었습니다. 코비드가 한참 이제 진행되는 과정이었는데요. 사실 저희와 같이 그 기업들을 지원하는 전문 지원 기관들도 어떻게 보면 사업의 피보팅, 그러니까 프로그램의 피보팅을 통해서 이커머스라든지 해외 온라인 전시회로 대부분 이제 방향을 틀었습니다. 그런데 그러니까 처음에 그 기업 저 이사님께서도 말씀하셨듯이 이런 그 신규 시장에 진입하기 위해서 신뢰관계를 구축하기 위해서는 이 비대면이라는 부분이 상당히 조금 애로가 있습니다. 그런 측면에서 저희는 어떻게 이런 그 기업들보다 더 효율적으로 지원을 할까라는 것들에 대해서는 상당히 이제 고민을 하고 있고요. 그런 측면에서 저희 특구가 지금 대덕을 비롯해서 5개 기존 특구와 12개 강소 특구로 운영이 되고 있는데요. 거기에 한 6,700여 개 기업이 입주해 있습니다. 그 기업 중에 저희가 뭐 조사를 좀 해보니 한 2,000개 기업은 해외 진출의 의지를 가지고 있고 해외 진출을 희망을 하고 있고요. 그 중에서도 한 900여 개 기업은 의지와 해외 진출의 역량까지도 갖춰져 있는 기업들로 이제 소팅이 되었습니다. 그래서 저희는 이제 올해 아마 직접적으로 해외에 나가서 지원하는 프로그램들이 이제 코로나로 인해서 한계가 있기 때문에 그런 기업들을 잘 소팅해서 이제 포스트 코로나를 준비하는 그런 단계에 좀 집중한다라고 보시면 될 것 같고요. 또 하나는 좀 중복되긴 한데요. 저희가 작년에 한 170여 개의 기업을 지원을 했습니다. 그리고 코로나로 인해서 어떤 점이 예전과 달라졌느냐라고 기업들에게 이제 조사를 했었는데요. 이게 장점도 있고 단점도 있었습니다. 그러니까 기존의 네트워크라든지 유망한 이제 그 신뢰관계가 구축된 바이어들 그리고 네트워크가 구축된 기업들 같은 경우에는 오히려 훨씬 낫다. 비용이라든지 시간이 절약되고 그러니까 말씀하셨듯이 전혀 이제 문제 없이 사업을 진행을 했는데 문제는 신규 시장을 진출하거나 신규 바이어를 발굴하거나 신규 채널을 구축할 때는 상당한 어려움이 따릅니다. 그래서 그 부분에 대해서 저희들이 고민한 결과 몇 개 이제 타겟군을 타겟 지역을 잡았습니다. 뭐 미국이라든지 유럽, 신남방 쪽, 동남아시아 쪽 그리고 신흥국 쪽에서는 기본적으로 현지 거점을 있는 그리고 현지에 저희 직원이 있는 해외 글로벌 전문 엑셀러레이터와 협업을 통해서 초기에는 기업들이 이제 화상을 통해서 미팅을 하고 바이어들이 약간의 니즈가 보인다라고 하면 현재 있는 직원들이 이제 밀착 마크하는 그런 이제 하이브리드 시스템으로 좀 바꾸는 걸로 저희 나름대로의 사업을 피보팅을 했고요. 그래서 아마 상반기에 한 740만 불의 매출을 이제 올리는 성과도 얻었는데 그러나 여전히 어렵습니다. 지금 현재 기업들 중에서는 이 코로나의 상황에 이제 기회를 얻어서 해외 진출에 그 해외 진출을 개척하고 있는 기업들도 있지만 대부분의 기업들은 이런 비대면 나갈 수 없는 그런 상황에 이제 직면해서 어려움을 겪고 있는데요. 오늘 이런 자리를 통해서 기업분들도 나오시고 출연연 그리고 교육기관에서도 다양한 의견들을 주실 걸로 제가 기대를 하고 왔습니다. 그래서 그런 좋은 의견들이 있으면 저희가 귀담아 담아서 올해 사업 그리고 내년 사업에도 충분히 반영될 수 있도록 검토를 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 지난 1년 반 동안에 여러 가지 기업을 지원하면서 기업별로 명암이 다른 것 같습니다. 오늘 토요일 조금 더 유연성 있게 하기 위해서 제가 소주제를 2개를 뽑았습니다. 첫 번째 소주제를 논의할 겁니다. 지난 카이스트 GCC에서도 여러 우리나라 기업이 이 테크놀로지 푸시의 일환으로 마켓에 지원할 수 있도록 국제 전시회에 이렇게 지원을 많이 했습니다. 그런데 작년부터 국제 전시회에 직접 우리 기업이 참여할 수 없게 됨에 따라서 다른 방안을 찾아보긴 했는데 그 대안으로 온라인 전시회를 개최해 보기도 하고 또 그 기업들이 알리바바나 이런 알려진 그 웹사이트에 입점을 하는 걸 지원해 주기도 하고 여러 가지 그 대안을 찾아가서 실행을 해봤습니다. 물론 여러 가지 장단점이 있습니다. 그에 관해서 혹시 특히 기업의 입장에서 정보의 지원이 뭐가 필요한지 앞으로 어느 정도 또 계속될지 모르겠는데 이런 상황에서 어떤 점들이 앞으로 개선돼야 되고 한계가 무엇이고 원하는 이런 지원 정책을 말씀해 주시면은 여기 정부에서도 올 수 있으니까 큰 도움이 될 거로 생각합니다. 우선 이 주제는 아마 기업이 이 주요 관심사가 될 것 같은데 두 분 기업 경영자의 입장을 먼저 듣기로 하겠습니다.
우리 이창식 이사님. 먼저 제가 느낀 것들 또 경험했던 걸 위주로 좀 말씀드리겠습니다. 아까 말씀하신 이제 그런 온라인 전시회, 그다음에 뭐 온라인 몰에 입점하는 거 이제 저희도 시도했었고 또 지금 하고 있는데 기대와 달리 이렇게 큰 성과는 아직까지는 없습니다. 그래서 제 관점에서는 이제 이런 방법들은 그냥 어떤 정보들을 딱 한 군데 놓고 불특정 다수가 와서 그것들을 보고 자기가 관심이 있으면 연락을 오고 하는 이런 구조인데 이러다 보니까 이게 확률이 되게 떨어지는 것 같아요. 그래서 지금 또 이제 그 후속으로 이어서 지금 카이스트 글로벌 프로그램도 지금 저희가 참여해서 하고 있는데요. 근데 이런 경우는 이제 아직까지 이제 처음 시작하는 단계라 아직 결과를 판단할 수 없겠지만 상당히 이제 확률이 높을 걸로 저는 이제 기대는 하고 있습니다. 왜냐하면 이전에 얘기했던 그 두 가지 방식과는 달리 이런 접근 방법은 일단 참여하고 선택된 기업의 어떤 제품이나 기술에 대한 사전 정보가 이미 이제 제공이 되고 반대쪽에서도 이제 이에 대한 어떤 분석과 평가가 이미 이제 이루어지고 이런 정보를 기초로 해서 잠재 고객한테 이 정보들이 가고 거기서 우리하고 괜찮을 것 같다라고 판단할 수 있는 그런 잠재 고객들이 이제 거꾸로 이렇게 연락이 오게 되고 이렇게 일종의 매칭 프로그램 같은 그런 성격인 것 같더라고요. 그래서 저희가 이제 일반 전시회에 나가서 불특정 다수를 대상으로 이렇게 프로모션하고 설명하고 이런 방식으로 했을 때는 뭐 예를 들면 한 100개 하루에 100개의 업체가 와서 소개를 했으면 그중에 반이 관심 있다. 그러나 실제 이제 구체적인 디스커션이 들어가고 이제 일이 진행되는 경우는 지금까지의 경험으로는 정말 10% 이하였거든요. 근데 지금 글로벌 카이스트 GCC에서 하고 있는 글로벌 프로그램 같은 이런 방식의 접근 방법은 상당히 이제 사전에 정보가 공유되고 관심 있는 업체가 이제 연락이 와서 미팅을 하기 때문에 적은 수의 이런 미팅이 이루어져도 굉장히 심도 있게 진행이 될 수 있을 것 같고 일이 성사될 확률이 상당히 높지 않나 이렇게 지금 보고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 형태 물론 이제 진행하면서 이제 결과를 좀 더 지켜봐야 되겠지만 이런 방식의 접근 방식을 좀 더 확대해서 주요 시장별로 이제 이런 활동들을 할 수 있는 파트너십들을 이제 만들어서 거기서 이제 갈 수 없는 그런 한국의 기업들을 대신해서 활동을 하고 연결을 시켜줄 수 있는 그런 방식으로 어프로치를 하면 좀 더 좋지 않을까 그런 생각을 좀 해봤습니다. 그리고 회사 내에서 이제 또 이런 기회들이 있다고 해서 얘기를 좀 하다 보니까 이건 아직은 모르겠습니다. 아이디어 단계인데 실제 제품을 보고 이렇게 느낄 수 있는 그런 것들하고 최대한 가깝게 하기 위해서 요즘 메타버스 얘기를 많이 하는데 그런 아이디어도 낸 사람이 있더라고요. 그래서 갈 수 없는 대신에 실제 보는 것하고 가장 근접하게 느낌을 가질 수 있는 메타버스 방식의 어떤 그런 자료들을 만들어서 제공하는 것도 한번 생각해 볼 방법이 아닌가. 그래서 이제 예를 들어서 뭐 메타버스에 잘 할 수 있는 어떤 그런 특구나 어떤 이런 데서 활용할 수 있는 좋은 업체가 있으면 그 업체를 활용해서 참가하는 기업들의 어떤 제품이나 서비스, 어떤 기술에 대한 정보들을 메타버스 방식으로 잘 구현해서 그것들을 이렇게 프레젠테이션 할게 했을 때는 그냥 평면에 그냥 온라인에 와 있는 이런 어떤 감각이 없는 그런 정보보다는 굉장히 생동감 있는 그런 정보로 또 다가가서 또 확률이 높아지지 않을까 이런 의견도 있었습니다. 네, 이상입니다.
예, 오늘 보니까 이제 코로나가 아주 또 심각해지고 이래서 이게 언제 끝날지 상당히 예측 불가입니다. 그래서 특히 이제 기업에서 기업이 제일 중요하죠. 사실은 그걸 극복하는 게 기업에서 오늘 특구에서 나왔으니까 혹시 특별히 원하는 특구에서 지원을 원하는 그런 분야가 있으면 좀 더 뭐 다른 이야기가 있습니까 혹시? 다음에 이야기하겠습니까? 예. 그럼 우리 윤수환 대표님.
저는 지금 이 코로나가 벌써 꽤 오래 시간이 지나가고 말씀하신 대로 언제 끝날지도 모르겠고 하지만 저는 이번 기회에 저희들이 한번 해보면서 저도 이제 약간은 뭐 정말 도전 생각으로 한번 해봤는데요. 저희가 처음 아까 말씀드렸다시피 저희가 모타를 기반으로 한 여러 사업을 사실은 그 코로나 오기 전에는 했었어요. 뭐 풍력도 준비도 좀 했었고 자동차 들어가는 부품도 좀 했었고 그렇게 하다가 제가 결정한 거는 유럽 쪽에서 자전거 쪽 전기 자전거 시장이 좀 많이 늘어나고 친환경이고 하니까 한번 이거에 집중을 해보자. 그래서 그 시점이랑 코로나가 오는 시점이랑 저희는 맞아떨어졌어요. 그래서 저희들은 일단 회사 뭐 우연찮게 회사를 좀 선택과 집중을 해보자 해서 자전거 쪽 시장을 해서 집중을 해서 지금까지 오고 있는데요. 저희들한테는 그게 정말 잘 선택한 것 같아요. 그래서 제가 말씀드리고 싶은 거는 제 경험으로 보면 오히려 이 코로나 때 저희들 같은 스타트업이나 이제 해외 시장을 막 진출하는 보면은 보통 왜 1안, 2안, 뭐 옵션 1, 2, 뭐 그다음에 제2, 제3 선택을 하지 말고 한 제품을 가지고 왜냐하면 그 SNS나 여러 가지 인터넷 통해서 우리 제품들이 특정한 제품들이 A사는 뭐 하는 어떤 특징적으로 오랫동안 노출이 돼서 그 고객들이 우리 회사를 찾으려고 하는 제가 왜 이런 생각을 하게 됐냐면 제가 어떤 물건이 필요할 때 어떻게 하는지를 제가 한번 생각을 해본 적이 있어요. 그래서 내가 어떤 A라는 그 분석 장비가 필요하면 인터넷에 들어가서 요즘은 그 분석 장비들을 다 인터넷에 구글에서 다 찾아서 비교를 다 해보는 거죠. 그래서 갔을 때 어떤 회사를 선택하냐면 그 회사 웹사이트에 들어갔는데 들어갔더니 그 회사가 A 제품, B 제품, C 제품이 있으면 그 회사 제품에 대한 신뢰도가 제 개인적으로 좀 떨어지더라고요. 근데 여기 갔더니 한 회사는 오로지 그 제품만 쭉 개발을 해왔고 그 제품만을 특징적으로 하는 기업들은 더 신뢰가 가고 이쪽 회사 제품을 좀 더 검토를 해봐야 되겠다는 생각이 좀 들더라고요. 그래서 저희가 지금 웹사이트나 이런 것들도 그동안에 갖고 있던 여러 가지 사업 분야들을 다 일단 안 하는 건 아니지만 최소한 코로나 때는 한 제품만 선택을 해서 오랫동안 SNS 노출해서 A라는 회사는 우리는 전기자전거의 엔진을 하는 회사. 그걸 가지고 저희들이 페이스북이나 링크인에다 계속 올려봤더니 이제 제가 링크인이나 페이스북에 들어가면 제가 늘 보는 아이템이잖아요. 그럼 알다시피 그쪽에서 자동으로 올라오죠. 그 기업이. 내 앞에. 왜? 내가 클릭했기 때문에. 그러니까 그런 식으로 어떤 지금은 좀 선택과 집중을 하면 의외의 기회가 좀 올 수도 있겠다. 제 경험적으로 볼 때는. 그래서 저희가 뭐 이런 좀 한 성과가 좀 좋아서 저희는 9월 1일 날 유럽의 유로바이크 전시회를 나가거든요. 나가는 이유가 뭐냐면 지금 벌써 한 20개 업체 쪽에서 뭐 실제로 좀 미팅을 좀 했으면 좋겠다. 제품을 좀 보고 싶다. 이런 게 대부분 연락이 링크인이나 SNS를 통해서 저희들한테 오고 있거든요. 그래서 좀 한 가지 선택과 집중을 이번에 좀 잘하면 의외의 성과도 좀 날 수 있겠다는 게 제 경험적인 의견을 말씀을 드립니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 지난 1년 동안 특구에서는 사실은 여러 가지 변화가 있어서 대응하느라고 굉장히 고생이 많았고 이 문제에 관해서도 아마 많은 경험을 갖고 계실 것 같은데 특구에서 오신 팀장님 말씀을 좀 들어볼까 합니다. 예.
네, 사실 많은 기업을 지원하는 기관들이 온라인 이커머스 또는 해외 전시회를 이제 오프라인이 아닌 온라인으로 전환하는 것에 지원을 했는데요. 사실 이게 온라인 이커머스를 저희들이 아까도 말씀드렸다시피 한 170여 개 기업을 지원을 하고 나름 분석을 해보니 타겟 고객이라든지 타겟 시장이 명확하게 나온 방금 대표님께서 말씀해주신 본인들의 이제 그 코어 경쟁력을 가지고 있는 제품을 바탕으로 타겟 시장과 타겟 고객이 명확하게 나타난 그런 제품들은 어느 정도의 성과를 보고 그렇지 않고 이제 너도 나도 이제 온라인 입점을 하니 알리바바나 뭐 아마존에 올려야 되겠다 입점을 위한 입점을 한 기관들은 대부분 이제 성과가 없는 것으로 나왔습니다. 이유는 내가 A 제품을 하고 있다 하더라도 A 제품을 하는 게 알리바바만 하더라도 한 2,000개, 3,000개 동일한 제품 그 중에서 저희가 눈에 띄어야 되는데 그렇게 될 확률은 좀 쉽지가 않고요. 그래서 예를 들어 동남아 시장에 진출을 한다라고 하면 뭐 라자나라든지 쿠텐 또는 쇼피 등과 같은 동남아 전문 집중한 이제 이커머스에 집중을 해야 되고 특히 이제 동남아 쪽에 화장품과 같은 경우에는 인플루언서 마케팅을 많이 합니다. 그러니까 연계해서 했을 때 이제 시너지가 난다라고 볼 수 있고요. 저희 대구 특구의 모 기업, 그러니까 연구소 기업 중에 하나는 지금 그 휴대용 배터리를 제품으로 해서 이제 판매를 하는 기업이 있습니다. 그 기업 같은 경우에는 북미 시장을 타겟팅을 했고요. 북미 시장의 캠핑족을 타겟팅을 했습니다. 이게 마이크로 타겟팅을에 대한 그런 것들이 이제 기업에 명확히 나와 있었고요. 그래서 북미 시장의 캠핑족을 타겟으로 아마존에 입점을 해서 아마 작년까지 한 30억 정도의 매출을 올렸습니다. 그러니까 명확한 타겟이라든지 명확한 고객군이 있을 경우에는 온라인이 유용한 툴이 될 수 있고 그렇지 않을 경우에는 그렇게 기대하기가 쉽지 않다라는 부분이고요. 그래서 원론적으로 다시 돌아오면 결국은 TPM인 것 같습니다. 본인의 기술, 제품, 시장이 무엇인지 명확한 이제 이해와 분석하에서 타겟 고객을 접해야 되는 거고요. 그런 타겟 고객군을 대상으로 적절한 해외 진출 전략을 수립하는 게 기업들한테서는 가장 필요한 부분이 아닌가 싶습니다. 네.
예, 고맙습니다. 시간이 많지 않아서 다음 주제로 넘어가겠습니다. 다음 주제는 결국은 이 코비드-19이 끝나고 나면은 이제 우리 중요한 여러 가지 이슈들을 핸들해야 되는데 아마 끝나고 나더라도 예전처럼 그렇게 완전히 100% 돌아가지는 못할 겁니다. 그래서 여러 가지 변화가 있을 텐데 그 코비드-19 이후에 글로벌 기술 사업 환경이나 변화의 방향이 어떻게 되어야 할 것이냐. 뭐 특히 예를 들어서 우리가 테크놀로지 푸시나 디맨드 풀이나 또는 비즈니스 모델의 변화나 아까 저 출연을 어떻게 활용할 것인가 하는 문제, 창업 패러다임의 변화, 정부 지원도 그에 맞춰서 어떻게 변화할 것인가 하는 문제들을 이제 우리가 생각해야 될 시간이 된 것 같습니다. 그래서 이 문제에 관해서는 출연연 쏘신 분하고 교육기관 특구에서 오신 분 이 세 분을 나누어서 말씀을 듣도록 하겠습니다. 시간이 많지 않아서 짧게 코멘트를 해주시면 좋겠습니다. 먼저 그 출연은 우리 온라인 출연은
네네.
예 먼저 말씀을 해주시죠.
네. 또 모두에 제가 말씀드린 거와 유사하긴 한데요. 코비드-19 이후에 세상이 변할 거다, 안 변할 거다 뭐 얘기도 많고, 근데 이제 다른 거보다 기술 사업화 측면에서 보면은 이런 주제가 있습니다. 과거에 출연연에 공공기관의 기술 사업화 그리고 공공기관과 같이 협업하는 중소벤처기업들의 기술 사업화 또는 비즈니스 필드, 그러니까 비즈니스 영역과 관련돼서 R&D 사이드의 지원을 저희가 주로 했었는데 그 테크놀로지 푸시냐 마켓 풀형이냐에 따른 고민과 정책들이 많이 나왔었습니다. 근데 과거 한 20년 동안에는 테크놀로지 푸시 스타일의 R&D 또는 기술 사업화보다는 마켓 풀형이 유리하고 우월하다라는 얘기를 많이 했고, 그리고 그거에 따른 소위 정부의 정책도 과거 기술 이전 사업화 촉진에 관한 기본 계획이라는 게 매 3년 운영이 되는데 대부분 이제 마켓 풀에 대한 그 정책 중심으로 이제 많이 이루어져 왔었어요. 근데 최근에는 코비드로 인해서 더 심해진 것 같긴 하지만 플랫폼 비즈니스라든지 또는 AI의 빅데이터에 기반한 비즈니스 등이 나오는 것들을 보면 마켓 풀형이라기보다는 테크놀로지 푸시형 기술 또는 기업들이 성공하는 사례들이 굉장히 많이 나오는 거예요. 이거는 달리 말하면 최근에 미국 중심으로 기술 패권이라는 얘기가 많이 나오잖아요. 중국이나 유럽 등도 마찬가지지만 그래서 미국에서도 기술 패권을 유지할 수 있는 소위 사이언스 앤 테크놀로지, 그러니까 연구개발 분야, 사이언스 앤 테크놀로지, 과학기술 분야의 우월함과 선두를 유지하려고 하는 의도가 정책적으로 많이 반영되고 있고, 그래서 미국을 포함한 선진국들도 우리나라 같은 소위 중국과 견제를 할 수 있는 나라들의 R&D 결과물에 대한 R&D 진행 상황이라든지 그리고 그곳에서 나오는 그 주요 혁신 기업들에 대한 관심이 상당히 높아지고 있다고 들었어요. 그러다 보니 그런 혁신 기업들은 아무래도 대기업들이나 중견기업을 포함한 큰 기업들 같은 경우는 혁신 역량이 자금 역량이나 연구 역량은 좀 클지 몰라도 혁신 역량은 좀 벤처기업에 비해서 좀 떨어질 수가 있거든요. 특히 테크놀로지 푸시가 필요한 분야에는요. 그러니까 소위 혁신 기술이 필요한 분야에서는. 그래서 그런 분야는 출연연이나 대학이 갖고 있는 역량이 소위 연구개발 역량이라는 게 혁신 역량의 큰 축이잖아요. 그런 것들을 잘 활용해서 기업들이 잘 활용해서 세계 시장에 진입을 해야 되는 시대가 좀 더 급하게 그리고 가파르게 진행이 되고 있다는 게 있습니다. 그런 경향을 잘 편승해서 그리고 비즈니스 필드에서 영위를 하기 위해서 출연연의 사업화 프로그램이라든지 출연의 기술들을 볼 수 있는 기회와 그리고 프로그램들을 활용할 수 있는 기회를 많이 가지셨으면 좋겠다는 생각인 거고요. 또 하나는 결국은 사업을 하시는 분들의 가장 큰 문제가 자금이잖아요. 그러니까 이미 보유한 기술 또는 앞으로 보유할 기술에 대한 사업화 자금, 마케팅 자금 등이 필요한데 그런 자금들은 국내에서 투자 유치를 관심 있어서 해보신 분들이나 접촉을 해보신 분들은 잘 알겠지만 자금은 소위 분야별로 약간 다르긴 합니다만 넘쳐납니다. 근데 그 자금들이 R&D 자금으로 가는 그 경향보다는 그 비이클이 투자 비이클인 기업으로 가게 되거든요. 그래서 창업에 대한 관심도 더 많이 가져야 된다고 공공기관들도 이제 알게 되었고, 그리고 그 창업은 결국은 공공기관이 할 수 있는 거, 출연연이나 대학이 할 수 있는 게 아니라 기업가들이 또는 기업인들이 또는 현재 기업을 하고 있는 기업이 추진을 해야 되는 일들이거든요. 그래서 그런 것들을 소위 기획 창업이라든지 아니면 이미 창업된 기업의 스핀오프 또는 플립이라든지 해외 진입을 위한 그런 것들을 적극적으로 확인을 해봐야 되고 진입을 해봐야 될 것 같고요. 그 진입의 툴은 방법은 벤처캐피탈을 포함한 자금들이 어떻게 흐르는지를 좀 유심히 좀 봤으면 좋겠고, 그 분야에 우수한 혁신 역량을 갖고 있는 테크놀로지를 어떻게 가져와서 창업으로 만들고 같이 그 신수종으로 만들어가는지에 대한 고민이 좀 더 같이 출연연과 같이 해봤으면 좋겠습니다. 예.
예, 감사합니다. 다음으로 우리 한선 교수님 이 문제에 관해서 조금 말씀 주시죠. 예.
네. 저는 아까 잠깐 말씀드렸던 것처럼 경험으로 보면 저희 학생들과의 그 개발도상국에 온 학생들과 그 나라의 수요와 이쪽에서의 우리나라에서의 서플라이의 입장에서 봤을 때 테크놀로지 푸시가 좀 더 적합하다고 저도 생각을 합니다. 왜냐하면 아까 말씀드렸지만 학생들이 어떤 기술이 뭐가 있고 있는지를 잘 몰라서 기업들이 좀 더 적극적으로 해외 진출을 하려는 의사를 가지고 할 수 있다면 그 부분이 좀 더 바람직하다고 생각을 하고요. 그런 관점에서 봤을 때 이제 이 해외 사업화의 가장 어려운 점은 이제 저희 이제 해외에 있는 저희 학생들의 나라에 있는 이 우리나라의 기업을 사려고 하는 그런 입장에서 보았을 때는 이 기업이 기술은 있는 것 같은데 정말 이 기업이 정말 제대로 해외 사업을 할 수 있는 기업일까? 라는 거에 대한 의문들이 굉장히 많이 있습니다. 저희뿐만 아니라 해외 사업의 가장 큰 허들이라고 할 수 있는 게 서로의 트러스트인데 그런 부분에서 예를 들어서 아까 이제 박호근 팀장님 말씀해 주는데 저는 몰랐는데 특구 관련된 기업이 6,000개의 기업이 있고 그 중에서 해외에 그 사업에 관심 있는 기업이 2,000개가 있고 그 중에서 900개의 기업이 해외 사업할 수 있는 역량이 있다라는 것을 이제 조사를 통해서 알으셨는데 뭔가 그런 부분에 대해서 어떤 기업이 해외 투자를 사업화를 하려고 할 때 진출을 하려고 할 때 어떤 형태가 될지는 모르겠습니까? 뭔가 무슨 인증서를 발행을 해준다든지 뭔가 추천서를 써준다든지 뭐 어떤 형태로든지 이 기업은 기술이 있고 해외 사업화에 그나마 다른 기업에 비해서 적합하다라는 등의 그런 것들을 뭔가 정부기관에서 해줄 수 있는 시스템이 무엇이라도 마련이 된다면 테크놀로지 푸시를 하는 기업의 입장에 있어서는 해외 사업을 하는데 해외 사업화를 하는데 굉장히 확률이 높아지지 않을까 그런 것들을 이제 그 어려움들을 느꼈기 때문에 그런 부분들을 제가 한번 지원을 드리고 싶습니다. 예, 이상입니다.
고맙습니다. 오늘 마지막으로 우리 특구에서 오신 박원 팀장께서 이 세션 또 마무리할 겸 이렇게 한 말씀 주시면 좋겠습니다.
네. 전 좀 다른 관점에서 좀 말씀을 드리겠습니다. 일단 코로나가 종식되고 나서 포스트 코로나 때는 어떻게 기술 사업화 방향이 바뀔 것이냐라기보다는 많은 전문가들이 지금 코로나의 종식보다는 코로나와의 이제 공존의 무게를 두는데요. 사실 이제 이런 코로나가 위기라고는 하지만 저희 그 대덕특구를 바라봤을 때든 아니면 우리나라를 바라봤을 때든 어느 부분에 이제 그 기회인 부분들도 분명히 있습니다. 그러니까 우리나라가 최초 이제 처음 코로나가 이제 시작됐을 때 그 방역 K 방역이라는 브랜딩이 코로나로 인해서 생겼고요. 그리고 이 K 방역의 대부분의 이제 그 기술적으로 이렇게 좀 서포트를 하는 기업들이 저희 대덕특구에 다수 포진해 있습니다. 그러니까 예를 들어 진단이라든지 키트, 분석기에 이제 그 코로나 관련 플랫폼을 다 보유한 수젠텍 같은 경우에는 작년의 경우 해외 진출 20일 만에 그 지난년에 10배인 한 400억 정도의 이제 그 해외 수출 실적을 얻을 정도로 이렇게 어떻게 보면은 위기 상황에서 기회를 잘 포착해서 성과로 이어낸 사례다라고 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. 그래서 계속돼서 코로나 종식 아니면 공존 이렇게 공존해 나가야 되는 이런 시기에는 사실 저희가 지금 고민하는 것들 중에 하나가 그러니까 수젠텍과 같은 그런 기업들을 이제 선두로 해서 특구 내에는 다수의 진단, 예방 그리고 치료와 관련된 기업들이 있습니다. 그러니까 그런 기업들을 이제 코로나 관련 기업군으로 클러스터링화해서 그런 기업들을 어떻게 보면 K방역의 브랜드를 덧붙이고 대덕특구의 우수한 이미지, 우수한 기술적 이미지를 덧붙여서 브랜딩화해서 해외 진출하는 방안들에 대해서도 고민을 하고 있고요. 더 나아가 조금 확장하면 시장이라든지 산업이라든지 기술군들에 대한 이제 기업들 간의 클러스터링을 통해서 이런 저희가 이제 대덕특구의 브랜딩화를 통해서 신규 시장을 진출하는 그런 방안들도 고민을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 그런 부분들이 아까 말씀드린 이제 그 데이터베이스를 기반으로 그런 부분들이 좀 정리가 된다라면 아마 내년쯤에는 그와 관련한 사업들이 추진될 수도 있지 않을까라고 생각을 하고요. 오히려 이런 기회가 이런 위기가 저희는 이제 기회로 좀 전환할 수 있도록 최대한 좀 노력을 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 이상입니다.
예, 고맙습니다. 아마 저희 짧은 시간에 한 50분 정도 토요일 가지고 그 주제 솔루션을 찾아내기는 쉽지 않을 겁니다. 아마 사실은 우리가 어떤 솔루션을 찾기보다는 같은 고민을 이해하고 서로 새로운 그 변화의 출발점을 찾아내는 게 오늘 중요한 그 패널 디스커션의 의의 같습니다. 아마 저희 가이스트 GCC도 앞으로 이런 기회를 많이 만들어서 어떤 구체적인 솔루션이 나올 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다. 이제 그 세션 6를 마무리해야 될 것 같습니다. 여러 가지 주제들을 여러 가지 그 발표들을 했었는데 가장 중요한 것은 언제나 사회생활에서든 뭐 기업의 비즈니스 월드든 항상 굿 파트너를 찾는 게 굉장히 중요합니다. 그래서 굿 파트너를 찾는 것은 GCC든 또 특구든 이런 여러 가지 기관들이 노력을 많이 하지만 언제나 매치메이킹은 상당히 어려운 비즈니스입니다. 그래서 그래도 가이스트 GCC가 이 문제에 관해서 언제나 고민하고 항상 고민하고 좋은 방안을 찾을 수 있도록 노력하고 있는 사람이 있다는 건 굉장히 중요한 우리 발견인 것 같습니다. 오늘 오랜 시간 동안 발표해 주신 여러분들 그리고 또 5분 바쁘신데도 패널에 참석해 주신 분 그리고 줌에 참석해서 여러 가지 질문과 액티브한 토의를 가능하게 해주신 여러분들께 감사드리면서 오늘 세션 6를 마무리할까 합니다. 감사합니다. 박수로서 끝낼 거다. 고맙습니다.